Chapter 672. The 14th Eye. Reverie _ Hen Yi. Only Hunyo wasn't the least bit concerned and said, "Don't worry, nothing could possibly happen to Nyo's Ling Han. Otherwise, Nyo will eat the skies." Hong. As if the skies heard it, a thundercloud appeared, and an eyeball appeared indistinctly within it, blinking and staring at Hunyo. However, after a single glance, the eye disappeared, and the thunderclouds dispersed quickly. This. Everyone was shocked, speechless. Evidently, Hunyo's outrageous words drew heaven and earth's reaction, alarming the Eye of Heavenly Tao. This meant that the Eye of Heavenly Tao would mete out a punishment in heaven's stead, launching heavenly tribulation to strike the person who went against the Heavenly Tao. However, the Eye of Heavenly Tao only took a glance at Hunyo and disappeared. It was scared off no matter how one thought of it. Who the hell could believe this? Fortunately, everyone's focus was on the battle afar, and although they discovered the appearance of thunderclouds, no one noticed what caused it and what made it disperse. Otherwise, this would definitely be more shocking than the third killing formation being a person. Xiao, 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 Ling Han turned into lightning, and raced towards Ghost Lock Ravine. He had no intention of being a hero, and simply did what he could do, which was to pick up a piece of skeletal corpse that the Corpse King dropped and curse the Corpse King to death with the vial of curses. As for whether a monster like the Corpse King could be cursed to death, he had completely no idea. Doing one's best and being worthy of one's conscience would be enough. He had the Black Tower, and didn't need to worry about his life. Ling Han's speed was very fast, and several hundred miles distance was soon behind him. As the fallout of the battle was struck down, he evaded as much as possible, and entered the Black Tower when it really couldn't be dodged. Now, no one would pay attention to an unimportant person like him. Moreover, being separated so far, on top of the battle's ripples, the ones with low strength couldn't see him even if they stared in his direction. However, the area already turned into a wasteland here, and searching for a piece of Corpse King's bone was difficult. Too difficult. The majority had been smashed into ashes by the battle's residual ripples, and the leftover parts were buried under the rubble. Wanting to find one was like fishing a needle out of the sea. To curse to death such a large and powerful Corpse King, a small piece of bone was probably not enough, right? Not only did he have to search, but he had to find many pieces. Ling Han searched, but firstly, it was originally like fishing out a needle from the sea, and secondly, he had to look out for the residual ripples of the battle that swept down from the skies. To make matters worse, with the sweep of a residual ripple, the ruins of the valley would change greatly, and he would have to search again, undoubtedly increasing the difficulty. Truly distressing. Distressing wasn't a solution, and Ling Han was still conscientiously searching. If this Corpse King were to really come into being fully evolved, then the scourge it would bring upon the world would be unimaginable. All the common people were crucial to opening the skies in the future. With one more person, the power of the nation would be that much stronger, and the certainty of opening the skies would be that much more. In the sky, the fierce battle was naturally still going on. Azure Phoenix Divine Empress struggled with the 7 great Corpse Kings. Although her battle prowess was clearly superior, the Corpse Kings had each an indestructible body, and their battle prowess was unharmed no matter how she slashed and riddled them with wounds, still constraining her for good. This mighty shattering void tier elite finally erupted with fury and stored away Heavenly Phoenix Sword. With a loud shout, her entire person transformed into an azure phoenix not large, only about 10 meters long, and 15 meters wide with wings spread open. Her entire body burned with azure-colored divine flames as she dove towards the 7 Corpse Kings. Ang! Swept by the flames, the 7 Corpse Kings all wailed. Even their bodies couldn't endure such divine flames, which were very like to have surpassed the level of the shattering void tier. If they were martial artists, they'd obviously run if they couldn't bear it, but corpse soldiers didn't have intelligence. Even the Corpse Kings were so as well, knowing only to fight desperately. Thus, this also showed the dreadfulness of that giant Corpse King. Only elites with intelligence could be called true elites. So what of the third killing formation? Can it trap me? At this moment, the Sword King also began to unleash his might. Wang, in the near 1,000-mile radius, everyone's weapons slipped out of their hands and rose into the sky. Xiao, 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 flying towards that ball of black mist. My sword! My black mythical treasured saber! My 7-fold lotus spear! Everyone cried out, not knowing why they lost the control over their weapons all of a sudden. Even if they stored their weapons inside spatial rings, they could feel the weapons moving restlessly as if about to break out. What was going on? Sword Heart. This is Sword Heart. All the weapons in the world, all belong for my use. What, then how do I fight if I encounter someone with Sword Heart in the future, can't even hold the weapon in hand? No kidding, of those who could cultivate Sword Heart, which one isn't an exceptional elite? With or without a weapon, you couldn't possibly rival them. Xiao, 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 all sorts of weapons lined up in a row in the sky and flew towards the black mist, as if 10,000 swords returned to their master, paying respects to the Sword King. Wang, these weapons all lit up and were bound by terrifying martial intent. That was Sword King's sword intent, which represented his supreme attainments on the sword path. Wang. With a loud sound, the black mist was finally cut open. After the Sword King activated his ultimate move, the third killing formation was finally broken open with attacks from the inside and the outside. Pu, the tens of thousands of weapons in the sky fell down like scrap metal. The black mist swirled, transforming back into the cloaked man, who stood in the skies, seemingly unhurt. The Sword King stood holding his word and said indifferently, "Still want to stop me?" "Hee, no need," the third killing formation said dully. "My mission is already complete." What? The great elites looked down and saw that giant Corpse King was only 15 meters tall, with a 14th eye on its forehead. Humph, even with 15 eyes, it will be subdued and killed here today. Azure Phoenix Divine Empress said, enveloped by divine flames and constantly dive attacking, making the 7 Corpse Kings wail continuously. The 9th Underworld King snapped his fingers. The 7 Corpse Kings immediately landed down and rushed into the ancient caskets, not fighting anymore. The Sword King stared at that Corpse King below. His gaze emitted a shocking chill, shadows of swords surging in it, and with a sudden strike of the sword, he fired out a 3,000-meter-long sword ray, striking towards the Corpse King. 10,000 techniques returned to 1. *T. Ling Han cursed, and hurriedly hid into the Black Tower. He obviously recognized this move, which was Heaven Sword Sect's strongest single-target killing move. Activated by Sword King's strength, even 10 Shattering Void Tears elites joining hands probably wouldn't dare to fend it off directly. The Sword King slashed at the giant Corpse King, but as long as there was a shred of residual ripple left over after his attack, it could also pose a deadly threat to Ling Han. Hong, the terrifying sword ray struck, looking as if it was able to split the vast lands in two. The sky suddenly rolled with thunderclouds and the Eye of Heavenly Tao seemed to be appearing again. This attack was too strong to the point of destroying this realm, making the Eye of Heavenly Tao interfere. Pa! However, the moment the sword ray struck down, the giant Corpse King suddenly reached out and grabbed onto the sword ray. Pooh! Inside the Black Tower, Ling Han instantly spurted out. He knew better than anyone here the power in Sword King's attack. 10,000 techniques returned to 1 could probably even cut open a physique made of divine metal, but it was actually grabbed bare-handedly by the giant Corpse King. Chapter 673. Robbed. Reverie _ Hen Yi. Ha 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 ha. The 9th Underworld King laughed loudly. This was Thousand Corpse Sect's scheme that spanned several thousand years, and the rediscovery of the Pond of the Underworld finally enabled the plan's completion in his generation. 14-eyed Corpse King was already so terrifying, and if it became 15-eyed or 16-eyed, how powerful would it become? The Azure Phoenix Divine Empress transformed into her human form again, and the Beast Snake King no longer tangled with the 9th Underworld King, standing alongside the Sword King and staring at the great Corpse King below. Now, this was truly troublesome. Dealing with a normal corpse soldier, one could capture the ringleader first in order to capture the followers. Kill the one who controlled the corpse soldiers, then the latter would only have instincts left, and killing a being like this was too easy. However, the great Corpse King was different. It possessed its own wits, whether it was high or not couldn't be made out now, but as long as it had intelligence, it was hard to deal with. Looks like we'll have to convene a few old friends to attack it, the Beast Snake King said. The Azure Phoenix Divine Empress nodded and said, now that the Thousand Corpse Sect obtained the Pond of Underworld again, allowing corpse soldiers to evolve infinitely, this Corpse King is extremely likely to reach the high tier of 18 eyes. 18 eyes. The limit of Corpse Kings. If it truly reached that level, gods that descend down wouldn't be able to handle such an existence, and would be suppressed even with battle prowess fully unleashed. Such a corpse king could be called a divine corpse. Theoretically, this realm didn't allow living spirits at divinity level, but the problem was that the corpse king wasn't a living spirit. The laws of heaven and earth treated the corpse king like a spirit tool. Gods, obviously, were not allowed to appear in this realm, but divine tools could. For example, the Black Tower, the Heaven Transformation Bowl, and the Vial of Curses. Thus, if the 18-eyed corpse king truly appeared, there'd be no one who could rival it in the entire world. It was equivalent to the level of a divine tool, so how could one kill it? Pa! The great corpse king tightened that hand, and the 3,000-meter-long sword ray instantly crumbled into infinite fragments. It looked threateningly at the Sword King, being started at by 14 eyes on its forehead on top of the two oculi staring simultaneously was truly extremely chilling and unsettling. Sword King's battle intent was like a blaze. He stared back at the great corpse king, and vein-like patterns intertwined as his treasured sword lit up. He was activating this 10th-tier spirit tool, sublimating to the limits for a battle. Ka, 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 sounds of bones crackling came from great corpse king's body, and endless bone fragments fell off. Its body was in the process of shrinking, and on its forehead, another new eye was in the process of forming. The Pond of Underworld's water's effects were truly terrifying, allowing corpse soldiers' transformation to accelerate. However, normal corpse soldiers definitely didn't have such speed. After all, this was only accelerating, and it itself had to have the capacity to evolve. The Great Corpse King fused skeletal corpses of several tens of thousands of elites and was equipped with such conditions. On top of the pond's water, which allowed it to complete the transformation from 9 eyes to 15 eyes in one day, it was an extremely terrifying thing. 15 eyes. It really reached 15 eyes. In the sky, the Sword King and the other two great elites revealed stern expressions. The 15-eyed Corpse King was already infinitely close to God tier, and a frontal battle would be difficult even for them. Otherwise, they risked the danger of dying. Fortunately, the Corpse King also used up the accumulation of several thousand years. In the future, even if it drank down tons of the pond's water, it couldn't possibly evolve at such terrifying speed without anything supporting it. Moreover, the 9th Underworld King had also said earlier that he took all the pond's water for this Corpse King's use, and the pond of the underworld apparently couldn't provide any more water in the near time. Everyone still want to fight? The 9th Underworld King said indifferently. Although his tone was very ordinary, anyone could hear the pride in his voice. He certainly had reasons to feel it. Pa pa pa, the great Corpse King's body shrunk to barely 3 meters, taller than normal people by half. The 15 eyes suddenly opened, and instantly, an ominous chi surged from it, just as if the Grim Reaper climbed out of the netherworld and was going to bring death to this world. You're only bringing the 1,000 corpse sect towards extinction, the Beast Snake King said calmly. Do you really think that we 5 great sects don't have any inner secrets? It's just 15 eyes, and even if it were 18 eyes, there's still a way to kill it. Ha ha ha, then this lord will wait and see. 9th Underworld King laughed loudly. If there's no more advice, then this lord is going to go. My Grandon is still waiting for me to have dinner with him. Hearing his teasing words, Sword King and the other two didn't look too good. 9th Underworld, remember the promise, the third killing formation said. Before the 9th Underworld King replied, he'd already turned and left. One step was several miles, and in several steps, he disappeared without a trace. The 9th Underworld King sucked in with his mouth and let out a strange sound, and after the Great Corpse King stared blankly for a while, its expression turned numb, walking towards the 9th Underworld King like a marionette. The battle finally came to a conclusion, ending with 1,000 corpse sects' overwhelming victory. But, was it truly so? The Great Corpse King suddenly paused and turned to look in a direction. The 9th Underworld was also startled. What was going on? Under his control, the Corpse King shouldn't regain its consciousness until he let go again. The Sword King and the other two also discovered that something was wrong, and glanced in the direction the Great Corpse King looked in. In the forest, 3 caskets came out of nowhere. Pang, pang, pang. The Great Corpse King suddenly changed its course and walked towards the 3 caskets. 3 lives corpse caskets. The ninth Underworld King was startled for a while before revealing a shocked and overjoyed expression. He knew that the Sect's most valuable treasure, the 3 lives corpse caskets, had surfaced in the world, but he'd never expected to see it at this time, and expected even less that the great Corpse King would be drawn by them. 1,000 Corpse Sect's 3 great treasures. Of them, the Pond of the Underworld's water could accelerate the evolution of corpse soldiers, and the demonic noise saber was an extremely strong weapon. Any living spirit killed by the demonic noise saber would be converted into a corpse soldier. The 3 lives corpse caskets provided endless stream of corpse chi, which was the source of power for corpse soldiers and the disciples of the 1,000 Corpse Sect. The 3 lives corpse caskets combined with the pond's water could make a corpse soldier's growth speed accelerate to shocking levels. No wonder the great Corpse King was attracted. The 3 lives corpse caskets were an irresistible temptation for any corpse soldier, just like beautiful women to perverts. Not only corpse soldiers, anyone who cultivated corpse chi couldn't resist the temptation of the caskets, and even the 9th Underworld King himself wanted to dive in. But now, this person that possessed the 3 lives corpse caskets was obviously here to rob, aiming to lead the great Corpse King away. The 15-eyed Corpse King required several thousand years before it formed its raw form and also completely exhausted the pond's water to rapidly complete its evolution, but now, someone was going to steal it. The 9th Underworld King was obviously not having it. He rushed towards 3 lives corpse caskets. He was not only going to take back the great Corpse King, but also take 3 lives corpse caskets back to the 1,000 Corpse Sect, assembling the 3 treasures. That way, it would be difficult for the 1,000 Corpse Sect not to restore their glory of ancient periods. Hee, 9th Underworld King, where you are going in such a rush? The Beast Snake King appeared before him and blocked his path. The 9th Underworld King finally lost his composure, raising his sword and shouting, "Get out of the way! Oh, so fierce. Want to fight? I'll do my best to keep you company." The Sword King also raised his sword and blocked his path. The 1,000 Corpse Sect had internal strife? Very good, they needed such a variable. Chapter 674. Curse You to Death. Reverie _ Hen Yi. If Ling Han flew up and watched from the sky, he would know that an old friend had arrived just from seeing the 3 lives corpse caskets. Rong Huan Xuan. This guy was truly audacious to the extreme, daring to act right in front of the few shattering void tier elites. However, he also really succeeded, and a 15-eyed Corpse King would be enough for him to run rampant throughout the world. Moreover, he still had 3 lives corpse caskets, which was equivalent to having the raw materials to transform the Corpse King infinitely, and simply lacked the water of the Pond of the Underworld, the catalyst. However, he could still bring the Great Corpse King and charge break into Million Treasure City. So would there be any need to fear that the Great Corpse King wouldn't be able to evolve to the limit of 18 eyes in the shortest amount of time? This was exactly what it was like to be a cat's paw. Get out of the way! The 9th Underworld King burst into anger and waved the demonic noise saber at the Sword King and the others. 9th Underworld, you tired of living, trying to battle 3 of us alone? The Azure Phoenix Divine Empress sneered. Earlier, the 1,000 Corpse Sect had 7 Corpse Kings and the 3rd killing formation before the sides became equal. But now, with only the 9th Underworld King left, he still wanted to turn over the skies. The 9th Underworld King sneered, and said, "You guys aren't afraid of inviting trouble? With 3 lives corpse caskets providing corpse chi, that Corpse King will advance into 18 eyes in at most a dozen years. This lord, well, will dig a few more graves to nurture another Corpse King at worst. Hee, then please sit and watch, 9th Underworld King." Beast Snake King laughed, obviously seeing through what was 9th Underworld King's provocation. The 1,000 Corpse Sect was obviously divided on the inside. This was something they were happy to see, and the more balanced the strength of the 2 sides, the better, especially if it ended in wounding both sides greatly in a fight. They would then come clean up the mess, exterminating this sect utterly. The 9th Underworld King was in a rush, but with 3 great elites blocking him together, he couldn't break through their encirclement. The 7 Corpse Kings were already heavily injured by the Azure Phoenix Divine Empress. They were only able to stall for time, and obviously couldn't truly rival one of the strongest elites of the present age. With the 3rd killing formation gone and him left alone, although he still had 1 ace up his sleeve, it still couldn't help him resolve this situation. What should he do? Ha. At the bottom, Rong Huan Xian jumped out of the bronze casket. The great corpse king already arrived and voluntarily entered the bronze casket. That endless stream of corpse chi was irresistible for corpse soldiers. After refining for a period of time, this great corpse king would obediently listen to his commands. Thousand Corpse Sect's specialty was to control corpses, so there was not a bit of problem at all. Rong Huanxian was obviously pleased with himself. Possessing a corpse king of shattering void tier level, the world was his to tread freely. The 5 great ancient sects and whatnot were all flatulence in his eyes. Youngster, you and I both are disciples of the Thousand Corpse Sect. How about returning to the Thousand Corpse Sect with me? The 9th Underworld King suddenly said. Once he tricked the Rong Huanxian into entering the sect, could he still not subdue Rong Huanxian with his ways? Oh, then what will I be in Thousand Corpse Sect? Rong Huanxian said with narrowed eyes. His ambitions were great, very great. This lord can take you in as a disciple. 100 years after this lord, you will naturally take my place and become Thousand Corpse Sect's new sect master. 9th Underworld King saw Rong Huanxian's ambitions, and tempted him by promise of profit. Rong Huanxian laughed scornfully, and said, according to the sect rules, the one who has demonic noise saber is the Tao guarding heavenly venerable, while the one who has 3 lives corpse caskets is the sect master. You should respect me as the sect master and abdicate to be a Tao guarding heavenly venerable in accordance with the sect rules. The 9th Underworld King was struck dumb. This brat's ambitions were so great. A mere spiritual infant tier warrior wanted to be Thousand Corpse sect master. Who would be convinced by you? He said indifferently, youngster, don't be too arrogant. The most important thing for people is to see their own strength clearly and know their own place. Ha 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 ha, I now possess the 15-eyed Corpse King, and soon it'll evolve into 16 eyes, 17 eyes, and the world's strongest of 18 eyes. Is my strength still not enough? Rong Huanxian laughed loudly. 9th Underworld King of all people couldn't retort, because the disciples of the Thousand Corpse Sect counted corpse soldiers as part of their own strength. Although Rong Huanxian's own strength wasn't worth mentioning, with that great Corpse King, he definitely could rank amongst the strongest in the world. This risk Rong Huanxian had taken was truly worth it, like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate to become a dragon. Ling Han! Rong Huanxian shouted. I know you're here. Dare to come out for a fight? Amongst the people he hated most, Ling Han ranked first, so now that he'd obtained the great Corpse King, this powerful henchman, he challenged Ling Han to a fight. Not to mention ones from the younger generations like Ling Han, he even dared to show contempt for the Sword King and the Azure Phoenix Divine Empress. Ling Han? Who's Ling Han? In the surroundings, everyone discussed animatedly, but soon someone revealed Ling Han's identity. A heaven-grade alchemist who'd even obtained the coordinates to a divine treasure trove. If not for Wen Yijian's initiative in telling the whereabouts of the divine treasure trove to the 5 great sects, Ling Han would probably be hunted down by the 5 great sections. Heaven-grade alchemists had exalted status, but how could they surpass the 5 great sects? The entire world belonged to the 5 great sects. Found it. Ling Han revealed a delight look. Earlier, he'd found 3 of the great Corpse King's broken bones, but they weren't large enough, being shattered into dregs under the bombardment of various attacks. However, this chunk was large enough, as thick as a person's thigh. Damn thing, I'll curse you to death. Ling Han put the broken bone into the vial of curses. The bottle might not look big, but there seemed to be infinite space on the inside at least. Storing a few bones was easy. He immediately pressed his finger on the decorative pattern that represented death, and this pattern instantly lit up. Haha, since the pattern lit up, it meant the great Corpse King was dead for sure. Ling Han revealed a smile, leapt up into the sky and said, Rong Huanxian, I'm here, bring it on. You actually dared to show? Rong Huanxian was startled, and then laughed loudly. I really don't know whether to call you brave or foolish. But since you've come to die, then I'll grant you your wish. Pang! The great Corpse King came out of the casket, and its 15 eyes emitted ominous glints, targeting Ling Han. Ling Han was unafraid and said leisurely, such an ominous being hurts the harmony of the world and will be targeted by heaven and earth. D. Rong Huanxian pointed at Ling Han. Pang, pang, pang. The great Corpse King immediately rushed towards Ling Han, its vicious might bursting forth, and even shattering void tier elites had to defend against the terrifying fiendish chi with all their strength, or else they were bound to be killed. Pa, pa, pa. While running, the Great Corpse King's forehead actually grew another eye. What was going on? 15 Eye should already have exhausted the Great Corpse King's ancient corpse powers it fused with in several thousand years, and it was already the size of a normal corpse soldier, so how could it continue to evolve into 16 eyes? This transformation was surprisingly fast. The 16th eye seemed to instantly grow out, and soon the 17th eye followed it. Everyone was struck dumb with amazement. The 9th Underworld King was overjoyed but envious because this corpse soldier should have been his. Only Ronghuan Shuang was laughing loudly. The stronger the Great Corpse King, naturally, the happier he was. 18 eyes. The Great Corpse King instantly reached the limit of Corpse Kings, advancing into the level of 18 eyes. However, as it took another step, one of its legs suddenly broke and rotted, and pong, it fell right onto the ground. Chapter 675. Demon Emperor's Double. Reverie _ Hen Yi. The Great Corpse King immediately got up, but fell down again right after, because its other leg also decayed. It reached out with its arms to crawl, but its arms both decayed one after another, leaving only its body and head. However, its body was also decaying rapidly, reaching its chest, then its neck, till its entire head also disappeared. No! The 9th Underworld King and Ronghuan Xian both cried out. For such a powerful Corpse King to actually die in this way. Ha ha ha! The Sword King and the other two great elites were startled momentarily, and then couldn't help but burst into laughter. The Great Corpse King was seeking its own death. Earlier, it evolved into 16 eyes, 17 eyes, and 18 eyes, which was drawing from its core, allowing it to rise to the limit in the way one would dry a pond to fish. The price it paid was immediately seen. Its body couldn't support such a tear at all, and directly rotted away. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "See, heavens won't tolerate it as expected. Ronghuan Xian, come here for a battle." A battle at the same tier? There was no way Ronghuan Xian dared to fight Ling Han hand to hand. This would be seeking his own death. In the Thousand Corpse Sect, other than the person who wielded demonic noise saber focusing on the path of martial arts, the others all used corpse soldiers as support, and without the support of powerful corpse soldiers, their battle prowess truly wasn't much. Ronghuan Xian simply snorted. Although he was pained by the loss of that Great Corpse King, he'd only acquired it cheaply, and so only ached for a short while, simply feeling it a great pity. However, the 9th Underworld King felt a heartache to the bones. The Thousand Corpse Sect scheme of several thousand years ended just like that, and it also exhausted all water in the pond of the underworld. Paying such a great price yet ending this way was like drawing water with a sieve. How could he keep calm? But people couldn't possibly believe that the Great Corpse King actually died in such a way. Inconceivable and unbelievable, yet it happened so vividly. No one would suspect Ling Han. A mere spiritual infant tear could make a Corpse King grow crazily, ending with its own destruction? No way. Since the 9th Underworld King was a shattering void tier warrior, he was obviously an adaptable person. The Great Corpse King had already rotted away, and couldn't be saved. He stared at Ronghuan Xian, revealing a grim smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he'd retrieve 3 lives corpse caskets, the price of which shouldn't be below that of the Corpse King. 9th Underworld, where do you think you're going? The Beast Snake King blocked him, revealing a smile at the corner of his mouth. The Sword King reached out, and origin power turned into a large hand, attempting to snatch the 3 lives corpse caskets. The 3 lives corpse caskets were useless for the 5 great sects, but taking it away could inflict massive blow to the Thousand Corpse Sect. Otherwise, the Thousand Corpse Sect with its the 3 treasures gathered would be extremely frightening. Look, Thousand Corpse Sect had just acquired the pond of the underworld and already bred a 15-eyed Corpse King. If it weren't for that Corpse King eating a wrong medicine and insisting on rushing towards 18 eyes, how could it have destroyed itself? The 3 lives corpse caskets were like the pond's waters, so it could also breed a high-level Corpse King quickly. If it weren't so, the 5 great sects wouldn't have paid such a great price to destroy the Thousand Corpse Sect in former years. However, they weren't able to find Thousand Corpse Sect's true legacy, resulting in the revival of this force. Thus, the Sword King obviously wanted to take 3 lives corpse caskets to the 5 great sects and seal them for eternity. You wish! The 9th Underworld King roared angrily and waved the demonic noise saber, striking frantically towards the Beast Snake King. The saber rays startled the skies, looking extremely terrifying. This time he meant business. Earlier, whether it was starting a fight with the Azure Phoenix Divine Empress, or fighting hand-to-hand with the Beast Snake King, his goal was to stall them, but now it was Beast Snake King that was stalling him. The stances offensive and defensive immediately switched. The Ninth Underworld King let out a battle cry, and the demonic noise saber emitted a terrifying baleful chi. Wang wang wang. The long sword in Beast Snake King's hand actually trembled as if it were about to leave his grasp. Saber heart. Beast Snake King frowned. How troublesome. After mastering the heart of martial arts, the most apparent characteristic was being able to influence the weapon of others, forcing opponents to divert attention to their weapons lest they would turn on their user. It was nothing to joke about. He simply put away the longer sword. Anyway, he wasn't an expert in sword techniques, and formed claws with both hands, throwing himself towards the Ninth Underworld King. His hands glowed with azure metallic luster, and he was actually able to forcibly withstand the demonic noise saber. Below, Rong Huanxian turned pale with fright, and hurriedly escaped into the 3 lives corpse caskets, worming downwards with 3 caskets. In front of 3 treasured caskets, the earth was as if made of water, and the caskets immediately right in, no longer visible to the naked eye. Take him down! The Ninth Underworld King roared loudly. Everyone was surprised. Whom was he roaring to? Strangely, a black smoke floated over from afar and entered where the 3 lives corpse caskets disappeared. The Sword King sneered and defended with his sword, also burying into the earth. He was too powerful, and with Sword Heart clearing the way, no matter how tough the rock layers were, they were as if made of tofu, incapable of slowing down his movement for even a moment. However, with the black smoke joining the fray, incidents could occur. It was also an extremely strong elite. Ling Han couldn't help but be moved. That was Azure Demon Emperor. That feeling was too familiar. It was precisely the demonic chi which he came in contact with many times. However, that was apparently not demonic emperor's double suppressed in the Devil Sky Mystery Realm, but one that came from another place. The double from the Devil Sky Mystery Realm had already been terribly tricked by Ling Han, and obviously couldn't move at all, but there were still 8 other mystery realms that suppressed Demon Emperor's doubles. At the time, the Demon Emperor was powerful to point of being unkillable, and could only be suppressed in 9 parts. Now, even if one double came out, it would be extremely terrifying. Unlike the first double adhered onto Rong Huanxian's identity, this demon double was evidently ridiculously strong, reaching the Shattering Void tier, and was used by the Ninth Underworld King as the last trump card. Perhaps, a powerful corpse king's skeletal remains were used as a vessel for Demon Emperor's soul. Anyway, an existence like him could move adhered onto anything. The Sword Emperor against the Demon Emperor, who was stronger? In only a short while, the Sword Emperor broke through from the earth, shook his head and said, "Stopped by a mysterious person, I couldn't intercept the 3 lives corpse caskets." The Ninth Underworld King was somewhat disappointed, but also let out a sigh of relief. Taking the 3 lives corpse caskets back from the 5 great sects and taking them back from Rong Huanxian's hands, the difficulty levels were obviously completely different. Hee everyone, let's gather again in the future. He put away the demonic noise saber and turned to leave. The Sword King and the other 2 didn't stop him. They could kill the Ninth Underworld King together, but an elite at such a level desperately was capable of dragging one down with him no matter the cost. Neither of them would be able to escape. Thus, when it wasn't necessary, Shattering Void tier elites would never carry out a life or death battle. The world is going to be in disarray, the Sword King said dully. The Azure Phoenix Divine Empress and the Beast Snake King didn't remark, but they revealed expressions of caution. Thousand Corpse Sect's reappearance, the appearance of the 3rd killing formation on someone's body, and now there was one more mysterious person filled with evil. It was only 1 to 200 years until the start of refining the realm pill, and these elites were all capable of being variables in this matter. Chapter 676. Entering the Academy. Reverie _ Hen Yi. Those who passed the first stage exam can report at the Restore Heaven Academy. Azure Phoenix Divine Empress spoke a few words towards the bottom, and then swung her body, swiftly disappearing. The Sword King and the Beast Snake King also followed suit. The terrifying oppressive force finally disappeared, and everyone's breathing instantly became much smoother and easier. With several great shattering void tier elites at the scene earlier, everyone felt as if a stone pressed down on their hearts, breathing in small breaths even if they weren't intentionally targeted and were separated by several hundred miles from the said elites. Let's go, we're going to the academy. Ling Han had already returned. No one knew what he'd done, concealing his deed and name. Concerning the vial of curses, he didn't want anyone to know. Even a 15-eyed corpse king could be cursed to death, so which shattering void tier wouldn't fear it? However, Corpse King was easy to curse, because this thing didn't have a natal horoscope at all, but of those elites who were able to cultivate to the shattering void tier, which one of them wasn't blessed by good fortune? Not to mention such elites, even small Saber King couldn't be cursed to death, and could only cut a sorry figure after suffering from a curse. It was clear that the vial of curses was kick-ass, but it also had great limits to its usage. Everyone departed and set out towards the Restore Heaven Academy. Because of Thousand Corpses' sudden appearance, the second stage of the exam could only be cancelled. Everyone might as well enter the academy together, and as for who was more talented and outstanding, wasn't there still quite a lot of time to verify that? They returned to Nine Dragons Mountain again, and passed through the mountain gates. The large-scale formation had already been activated here and concealed Nine Dragons Mountain, turning it into a sea of clouds. Only those with the Academy's identity token could come and go freely. Everyone was moved by the 5 great sects' considerateness. Apparently, the 5 great sects valued them greatly, spending great efforts to build the Restore Heaven Academy. Ling Han, however, sneered inwardly. This formation had definitely been set up several tens of millennia ago, or even earlier, and now it was simply reactivated. As the saying went, history was written by victors, and now it was reflected vividly and thoroughly. The 5 great sects were obviously murderers that brought disaster to the vast lands, but under the makeover and brainwash of 10 millennia, they became the leaders that saved the world in desperate crisis, truly bringing shamelessness to new heights. Ling Han didn't tell more people about the 5 great sects' true colors in fear that some would lose composure, and give the 5 great sects an inkling that they'd been seen through. Only when he had absolute strength would he be able to overturn those 5 great mountains. With his hands behind his back, Ling Han walked on the wide streets behind the mountain gates. They extended for over 10 miles, and at the end were small-scale halls. Under the splendor of the gorgeous clouds, they were like celestial palaces, floating in midair. The spirit chi here is so dense. Yes, at least 10 times stronger than what's outside. My goodness, cultivating here, the effects wouldn't be any inferior to using origin crystals. Moreover, the higher it is, the denser the spirit chi is. Everyone soon discovered more secrets, and their expressions were all filled with delight. When they glanced at the palace halls again, their expressions were all different. The palace halls had different heights and different spirit chi density, so living in a low area or a high area, cultivating speed could vary extremely. Was this the difference between advanced students and normal students? At this moment, a fierce competitive mentality was buried in everyone's hearts. There were only a few dozen palace halls in the high area, so only a few dozen could occupy them. Xiao, an old man, came over treading on air and emitted the presence of the deity transformation tier, making everyone halt. From now on, you guys are all disciples of the Restore Heaven Academy, the old man said. He wore an azure long robe, which was washed extremely cleanly and showed quite some age, as the fabric had already begun to turn white. He swept a glance at everyone and continued, "You guys should have discovered it already, but the spirit chi here is dense, and the higher it is, the higher its quality. However, the Restore Heaven Academy has Restore Heaven Academy's rules, and whatever level you are, you can only cultivate in your respective places." He paused shortly and gave everyone time to digest his words, and then went on. The Academy divides the students into 4 levels based on Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow, with Heaven grade being the highest, and Yellow grade being the lowest. Heaven grade students can live at the summit, while Yellow grade students can only live at the foot of the mountain. It won't hurt telling you guys, the summit spirit chi is 10 times denser than that on the foot of the mountains. 10 times. Everyone was shocked. Although spirit chi density increased by 10 times didn't mean that cultivation speed could increase by 10 times. But 1 or 2 times was possible, right? They could only increase cultivation speed by 1 to 2 folds by taking all sorts of medicinal pills, so what did 1 to 2 times imply? Hee. Originally, you guys would have been divided into 4 levels based on your score in the second stage, but now, Everyone is yellow grade. But don't worry. The azure-robed old man gesticulated with his hands, and continued, want to become a black grade, earth grade, or a heaven grade student? It's simple. You guys can challenge those above. See those palace halls? If someone resides there, you guys can challenge those there, win, and then take over their place. Students of 4 levels not only live in different places, but also receive enormously different cultivation resources. Even more, heaven grade students can occasionally receive lectures by shattering void tier elites on the truth of martial arts. Everyone was moved. The last words were too lethal. Shattering void tiers elites instructing them. Even an insensate stone could attain mastery with such treatment, not to mention geniuses like them. Then, what if one loses a challenge? Someone asked. Lose? The azure-robed old man revealed an ominous smile. Then obviously take responsibility for the consequences. Our Restore Heaven Academy selects present-age geniuses, future gods of war that can pass down the seeds of martial arts. No need for good-for-nothings, and no need for cowards. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Take responsibility for the consequences? It meant that should they be crippled or even killed, no one would care. Apparently, challenges couldn't be issued thoughtlessly. However, since you guys didn't complete the second round of exams, there are quite a few Earth grade and Black grade palace halls still vacant. You guys can occupy them without having to challenge others. The azure-robed old man went on. Everyone was instantly overjoyed. Now those already checked in were definitely fierce people who received direct entry to the academy and were basically unbeatable, but contending with others, they were still considerably assured. Each person can accept at most 1 challenge a day, and if injured, one can apply for meditation to evade battle at most for 3 months, but only 2 times each year, the azure-robed old man continued. Everyone nodded. No matter how much of a genius you were, if you were taken on in turns, you'd still be defeated. This would completely meaningless. All right, you guys can go. The azure-robed old man waved his hand, and flew up, treading towards the summit. Everyone looked at each other, and hurriedly took to their heels. They didn't run, because before they came in, they were told that the academy forbid flying in here. Unless it was during a battle. They all wanted to seize the few remaining Earth grade, or Yellow grade palace halls, so they obviously ran speedily. When they reached the end of the mountain path, they saw a person was sitting cross-legged there with eyes tightly closed, as if meditating, or as if dozing off. Small Saber King. Someone instantly cried out. Chapter 677. A Battle of Wits. Reverie _ Henyi. Small Saber King was definitely a figure filled with legendary colors. He was a present-age genius, and had always been worshipped on a divine altar as a well-known figure amongst younger generation, and there were very few that could stand as his equal. More terrifyingly, he'd actually crossed into the deity transformation tier. This meant that the spiritual infant grew into a deity within the body, and he could invoke heaven and earth spirit chi, causing his battle prowess to grow by leaps and bounds. Everyone shivered. Even though everyone here was a genius, under the pressure of a deity transformation tier elite's presence, everyone still felt a shiver from the depths of their souls. Of course, there were many people who were exceptions. For example, Ling Han, Hu Niu, the Rabbit, the Rain Emperor, Mu Rongqing, and Wenren Qian. A true king in martial arts could be defeated, but would never be terrified before having fought. Small Saber King opened his eyes, and his eyes were like a flash of saber ray. As it swept by, the celestial mist was split apart, and a deep mark appeared on the mountain walls. Everyone was shocked. This was only the power of opening his eyes. More terrifyingly, the mountain walls were guarded by formations and strongly fortified, and even if they attacked them with full strength, they might not even be able to shatter a rock. However, Small Saber King only opened his eyes, and it was that terrifying. This strength gap was truly massive as to heaven and earth. As expected of Small Saber King, the strongest genius presently. Perhaps, already the one and only. Ling Han. Small Saber said dully. I've waited for you a long time already. Everyone's gazes turned towards Ling Han. Before this, Ling Han's reputation wasn't all that resounding. After all, he became famous in the North region, and the majority of the people here still half believed his identity as a heaven-grade alchemist. The Alchemist Society didn't proclaim to the world that they had a third heaven-grade alchemist. Besides, Ling Han was also too young. Saying he was heaven-grade alchemist was like saying someone reached heaven tier at this age. Wasn't that just nonsense? However, Rong Huanxian and Small Saber King successively challenged Ling Han, and with these two powerful figures serving as foil, Ling Han's name immediately left a mark amongst the younger generation. Waiting for me? Ling Han smiled faintly. Yes, you should wait for me. I am a heaven-grade alchemist, highly noble in status, so waiting doesn't guarantee that you'll see me. You're lucky today. Pooh! Many people instantly spurted out. Ling Han truly had an arrogant tone, saying that making Small Saber King waiting was something normal. Who was Small Saber King? An exceptional talent amongst the younger generation. However, thinking about it the other way around, there certainly was ample reason. If Ling Han truly was a heaven-grade alchemist, then Small Saber King certainly didn't have the right to see Ling Han whenever he wanted, and even if he pleaded on his knees, Ling Han wouldn't need to respond. Heaven-grade alchemists. There were only two in the world. Ling Han being the third one didn't receive public recognition. Small Saber King stood up and his eyes turned into burning white saber light, making others unable to distinguish his Scara, an extremely strange thing. He drew his saber immediately. Wang, the treasured saber's vein-like patterns lit up one by one, as an endless might circulated. It was a 9th-tier spirit tool, and Small Saber King couldn't completely unleash its power yet, but 1 star or even a half would be terrifying enough. 9th tier. You've killed my father, and this hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Small Saber King said coldly, and arbitrarily waved the saber. The saber ray swept and cut a deep mark on the tough mountain walls. Everyone was even more shocked. If this saber was slashed at them, even if they defended with all their strength, they'd probably still be cut in two, right? Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Now the academy has also become a place to end personal grievances?" Those words were thorny and cutting. Even Small Saber King revealed a hesitant look when he heard them, not daring to respond carelessly. He was only Absolute Saber Sect's exceptional talent amongst the younger generation, but he didn't represent the Absolute Saber Sect. Besides, the Absolute Saber Sect was only one of the 5 great sections. He thought hard for a while and then said, "Take it as me challenging you." Ling Han sneered and said, "What sort of rule is this? A high-tier disciple can challenge a low-tier disciple, then who can still cultivate at ease?" Everyone nodded. Otherwise, they would lack too much sense of security. The existence of the challenge system should encourage students to climb upwards. The weak would keep working hard, while the strong also wouldn't dare let down their guard, or else they'd be surpassed, forming an atmosphere of active advancement. However, if the strong could challenge the weak, wouldn't everyone feel at danger? To hell with cultivation. Small Saber King was temporarily at a loss for words. His high tier was originally his pride, but why'd it become his encumbrance now? He thought for a while and said, "Our age is the same, you still fear a fight?" "Same your sister." Ling Han spat. "Say, uncle, your age is double mine, and you have the face to act like you're as young as me. Aren't you way too shameless?" Pooh! Instantly, many people laughed out loud, but hurriedly covered their mouths in fear that Small Saber King would bear a grudge. Small Saber King trembled in anger. Theoretically, they certainly belonged to the same generation, and even those below 100 belonged to the younger generation. After all, a 100-year-old spiritual infant tier warrior was only equivalent to 20 years old for a normal mortal. In the martial arts world, the relative ages below 30 were all called the younger generation, and seeing it like this, deity transformation tier warriors below 140 years of age were also part of the younger generation. Heaven tier elites under 180 years of age were also in this range, and shattering void tier ones under 200 years of age also counted. In the previous life, Ling Han reached the heaven tier at the age of 200 years. In reality, he just surpassed the definition of youth back then, so he was named the first in history. However, thinking about it now, he was only the first person in that 10 millennia, and this record would soon be broken. After him, martial arts welcomed explosive prosperity, just like now. Ling Han changed the topic of the conversation and said, "Small Saber King, it's time to settle the grievances between you and I. All right, I'll answer your challenge, but it's not a normal challenge. Instead, a challenge to the death. Do you dare to accept it?" "Do you dare to accept?" the words powerful and resonating, just as if a sharp sword. Small Saber King was slightly stunned by Ling Han's aura. This brat had just arrived in the spiritual infant tier, so what qualifications did he have to challenge him to a fight to death? Ling Han could fight surpassing his tiers, but could he not? Could it be medicinal pills? Ling Han snickered and said, "Don't say I'm bullying you, I won't take any pills when I fight you." Small Saber King was shocked again. "Not taking pills? How would you fight me? There's an entire large tiers difference between you and I'm one of the strongest geniuses currently, being able to battle surpassing 10 stars. However, with such a rare and good opportunity, if he rejected, he would not only miss the chance, but also be left with a thorn inside his heart, thinking that he was inferior to Ling Han. As time went on, this would definitely shake his heart, and his cultivation would not only not progress, but even possibly regress. This fight he had to accept. On the other hand, wasn't he who suggested the fight? "Okay, I accept." Small Saber King nodded forcefully. Chapter 678. Fighting Small Saber King to the death. Reverie _ Hen Yi. Ling Han certainly didn't want to tangle with Small Saber King any longer. Small Saber King massacred wantonly in the city of mortals, making Ling Han abhor him and include him on his must-kill list. Moreover, being chased by Small Saber King several times. Did Ling Han not have a temper? Now that Small Saber King offered himself, he obviously had to be slaughtered. Earlier was just some teasing. In fact, the moment Ling Han saw Small Saber King, Ling Han had already decided to take action. A fight in the skies. Ling Han rose into the air. "Not afraid of you." Small Saber King also jerked his body and rose into the sky. The two were probably the strongest geniuses of the younger generation. Separated by 300 meters, they stood loftily in the sky, both extremely confident and emitting powerful auras. One was like a sword, and one was like a saber. The competition of the two great geniuses was also the competition between Sword Path and Saber Path. Everyone focused their attention on the duel. Quite a few people even walked out from within the summit's palace halls and raised their heads to watch. Flying was forbidden here except during fights. Yao Huiyu, Lang Yitian, Dong Linger, and the exceptional figures of the younger generation all appeared. Small Saber King could be said to represent an extreme. Who dared to underestimate him here? If Ling Han could defeat him, then it would almost guarantee his position as #1 amongst the younger generation. Of course, there were still a few abnormal freaks that hadn't appeared yet. For example, the Heaven Sword Sect had a sword path genius that constantly comprehended Tao in Heaven Sword Spring. The Absolute Saber Sect also had a Su Xiu Ran, whose tier was not higher than Small Saber King's, but his talent was more freakish. Defeating Small Saber King in the same tier was as easy as the turn of the palm for him. In addition, the Thousand Corpse Sect actually also had a super genius who had also never appeared, still cultivating diligently, for it wasn't time yet for him to surprise the world. The figures of the older generation were also watching. Even they were very interested in the outcome of this battle. "We really aren't going to interfere? The Sword King has ordered, let it be." But Small Saber King is Absolute Saber Sect's exceptional talent, and if he were to truly die here, Lord Heaven Saber will probably burst into fury. Sword King's obviously supporting the duel, so what are you afraid of? Besides, that brat surnamed Ling is a heaven-grade alchemist. A heaven-grade alchemist that's barely 20 years old. If he truly dies here, don't they fear that the Alchemy Society will blow a fuse? You're thinking too much again. Did the Alchemist Society admit Ling Han's status? The people of the older generation no longer spoke. They decided not to interfere in the duel. Since both parties agreed to this battle to the death, then it was destined that there would be one less genius after this battle. Ling Han unleashed the demon birth sword with a smile and said, "I really don't want to bully you, but thinking about your hideous features, it seems that bullying you a little isn't bad." Wang, the demon birth sword was activated, and 4 vein-like patterns shined. As he crossed into the spiritual infant tier, but more importantly, formed sword ray, demon birth sword's power also increased again. However, compared to the dense and numerous vein-like patterns on the blade, 4 vein-like patterns truly weren't worth mentioning. This was natural. Even if a 10th tier spirit tool could only unleash 1/100th of its might, killing a Heaven tier opponent would be easy, let alone a Deity transformation tier 1. So what of a 10th tier spirit tool? Small Saber King snorted. You're still way far from being in the Shattering Void tier. Besides, a spirit tool not nourished by oneself will definitely be unable to blossom with its full powers. I won't lose to you. Lose or not, it's not from boasting, but from fighting. Ling Han laughed brightly, extended his left hand, and made a hooking motion. Come, let me teach you what's called freakish and what's called genius. Arrogant. Small Saber King charged out and waved his long saber. A 3-meter-long saber ray swept out from the blade, looking as if it could split heaven and earth in two. Ling Han waved his sword to parry, also unleashing his sword ray. Pang! The two rays collided and turned into infinite light fragments, falling down from the sky. Their first moves were evenly matched. However, everyone was shocked. Small Saber King was at the Deity transformation tier. Moreover, he was a super genius that was able to battle surpassing tiers, but despite it being so, he was still tied in an attack with Ling Han. What an unbelievable thing this was. Damn it! Small Saber King clenched his teeth. In reality, his power gave him the advantage, but a ray's power hinged on not only one's power, but also the amount of chi and the quality of the weapon that unleashed it. Their chi should be equal in amount, breaking through to the limit of 30 flashes, so for Ling Han's ray to still achieve a tie against his, it was due to the treasured sword in Ling Han's hand. A 10th tier spirit tool. Even if it couldn't fully unleash its battle prowess, its quality was higher than a 9th tier weapon, a matter that needn't be doubted. Small Saber King was very bitter. He'd obtained the treasure vault of an ancient dynasty, but actually lost to Ling Han in a contest for treasures. A 10th tier spirit tool, how many could there possibly be in this world? Simply relying on the power of a spirit tool. Small Saber King snorted, and already charged over, slashing at Ling Han. He knew Ling Han's movement art was fast, so he chose close combat, not giving Ling Han the chance to the advantage in speed. Close combat? Ling Han sneered. You're seeking your own death. He cultivated physical arts concurrently, and under the tempering of the indestructible Heaven Scroll, his physique was formidable, and close combat was his super strong suit. In close combat, the amount of times one could attack in a short period of time completely hinged upon the body's strength, such as the shaking of the wrist, the swinging of the arms, and the kicking of the legs, all completely unrelated to origin power. In long-range battle, one could continuously emit origin power and turn it into attacks, which was something entirely different. Ding, 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 the two fought in close quarters. Saber and sword constantly collided, blossoming with endless radiance. What? Small Saber King was extremely shocked. In close combat, he was actually completely suppressed by Ling Han. What sort of physique did Ling Han have? In a heartbeat, he could only unleash 10 attacks, but Ling Han sent out up to several hundreds, crushing him quantitatively by more than 10 times. Small Saber King hurriedly leapt in an attempt to retreat. Fighting Ling Han in close combat, he was completely greeting the enemy's strong points with his weak points, and couldn't possibly be any more foolish. Closing in is easy, but pulling apart the distance. Is that up to you? Ling Han's figure turned into lightning and chased towards Small Saber King. With the Thunderclap 9th Heaven activated, his speed was ridiculously fast. Damn it, this is mine. Mine. Small Saber King revealed a frenzied look. The Thunderclap 9th Heaven was a mystical power that should have belonged to him. If he learned it, then adding his saber techniques on top of the speed, who could rival him in the same age range? Moreover, with the addition of the power of lightning, every time they crossed swords, his entire body trembled, and the origin power in his veins ran in disarray, something extremely unbearable. You should go die. I'll burn it to you. Ling Han sneered. No need. I'll take it myself. Small Saber King gave tit for tat. Ling Han attacked repeatedly with his long sword, and was about to kill Small Saber King in a spurt of energy, but he suddenly felt a warning premonition in his heart, and suddenly made a snatching movement towards his back. Pa! A transparent arm appeared out of thin air and directly attacked the back of Ling Han's head, but the fist was caught dead on by the hand that Ling Han had just reached out with, and was unable to move an inch. That diamond puppet. Chapter 679. Heaven Transformation Bowl's show of power. Reverie _ Henyi. Small Saber King was shocked. That was the diamond puppet. Its brute force terrifying and its body tough. More importantly, its fists were covered with spikes that couldn't be seen with the naked eye and had special vein-like patterns, being able to easily penetrate a deity transformation tier warrior's defense. However, Ling Han used his hand to grab the diamond puppet's fist, and was actually not at all hurt, inevitably making him goggle in shock. The diamond puppet had no fear, and immediately attacked with another punch, aiming towards Ling Han's brain to kill him. Small Saber King wasn't idle either, striking with the saber as well, and his threat was apparently greater. A 9th-tier spirit tool, a saber ray, and the addition of high-level deity transformation tier battle prowess. Even Ling Han's physique could be cut open. Ling Han had to let go, and with a leap, his figure appeared 300 meters away. Possessing the high speed of the Thunderclap 9th Heaven, how could normal deity transformation tier opponents possibly catch up to him? Ha ha! Small Saber King sneered, but his expression was ashen. He'd actually needed to use the diamond puppet to recover from a disadvantage. This fact made him lose face. Before, no matter whom he fought, he'd always had the absolute advantage, and the few times he'd fought Ling Han, he also had complete advantage. However, in such a short time, Ling Han actually gained sufficient strength to oppose him. The Thunderclap 9th Heaven. His eyes almost burst out with flames in hate. If he could obtain this mystical power, then his battle prowess now definitely could increase by 5 more stars, and Ling Han's would decrease steeply by 5. 1 positive and 1 negative. He would obviously be able to crush Ling Han. How hateful! How hateful! He snorted, and placed the long saber by his chest, preparing to unleash an ultimate move. Earlier, the two fought at close quarters, each move critical, and there wasn't time to accumulate strength to release an ultimate move. However, once the distance was pulled apart, both parties had the time and space to prepare an ultimate move. The diamond puppet concealed its figure again. From the outset, it was designed for assassinations, although it clearly possessed a tough physique. Pincer attack. Ling Han sneered and said, "You think you're the only one with treasures?" He unleashed the Heaven Transformation Bowl, and after activating it, he threw it into the sky. This spirit tool immediately emitted dazzling light, which enveloped downwards from the sky. This possibly wasn't just an ordinary spirit tool, but rather a god tool. What, my weapon's about to slip away? Ah, my pendant! My spirit talisman! The Heaven Transformation Bowl accepted all things and refined all things, and as long as there was value in refining, it would radiate its suction power. Instantly, many people's treasures were sucked up. It was practically a perfect instrument for looting. Sparkling, that diamond puppet was also forced to reveal itself, being sucked by Heaven Transformation Bowl towards the bowl's inside. "You're flipping Uncle Rabbit's carrot." The rabbit stomped its feet in anxiousness. It had been holding and nibbling happily a stalk of spirit medicine, but, unexpectedly with its sudden carelessness, the spirit medicine was also sucked away by the Heaven Transformation Bowl. Small Saber King couldn't help but be shocked. What treasure was this, for it to be able to absorb other treasures? The 9th-tier spirit tool in his hand also became restless, on the verge of being absorbed by the Heaven Transformation Bowl. The corner of Ling Han's mouth also twitched. He seemed to have overdone it. Heaven Transformation Bowl's effects surpassed his expectations. He'd originally only wanted to stop the diamond puppet, but separated by such a distance, he'd never expected it to affect the people below and suck up all their treasures. Over shoes, over boots, whatever. He laughed loudly and said, "All come into the bowl." D. Small Saber King had already finished accumulation of power, and slashed with the saber, his attack forming raging tides like a tsunami. This wasn't an illusion. A tsunami really appeared in the sky, but the tide was composed of saber light rather than water, turning constantly like roiling waves. At the moment, the sun and moon were without light, and the entire world was left with this resplendent saber tide surging and roaring angrily. Small Saber King's tier might not be high, but in saber techniques, he'd received about 10 to 20% of Broken Heaven Saber's passed down teachings. Correct, 30 flashes of chi condensed into ray, breaking the limit. However, without comprehension of saber heart, it's still only an ordinary saber in the end. It's rumored Su Xiaoran already half-mastered the Saber Heart? Su Xiaoran is the actual Broken Heaven Saber's true disciple, once praised by Broken Heaven Saber, who said that even placed in the God realm, he could rank amongst the finest in the same age segment. I truly want to see this junior. There'll be a chance. This time, when he leaves secluded cultivation, he'll probably have cultivated Saber Heart, and will officially walk the world and toughen himself somewhat. When the divine gates open, he'll obviously enter the divine plane, and that's the place where he'll shine brightly. We can also return to our homeland. Can't wait. We divine citizens actually have to stay with the nobodies in the mortal realm. Thinking about it makes me disgusted. The older generation was communicating with their divine sense, without making a tiniest bit of sound, afraid of leaking secrets. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Your brain seized, fighting me at a distance, truly courting death." Everyone's faces twitched. Earlier, Small Saber King fought in close quarters, and you said he courted death, and now that Small Saber King pulled apart the distance, you also said he was courting death. So who was not courting death? Ling Han took out his sunset bow, mounted an arrow forged with 8th tier metal, activated the Eye of Truth, locked onto his target, activated the Annihilating Dragon Star Arrow, primed the arrow technique, and activated the Thunderclap 9th Heaven, instilling it into the arrow's shaft. 3 great mystical powers activated simultaneously. This was currently Ling Han's strongest single attack, even surpassing 10,000 techniques returned to 1. What were mystical powers? Ling Han suspected that these were skills of the God realm, or else, why would it be qualified to have the word God one in it? Divine skills were obviously terrifying. Xiao, the arrow shot out and turned into a streak of light, instantly accelerating to the point where the naked eye couldn't capture it. Passing through the raging tide formed by saber lights, it already arrived before Small Saber King, going right for his forehead. Wang! A purple-colored light surged on Small Saber King's body and formed a shield, forcibly blocking this arrow. Pa! The shield shattered, but the arrow also fell down from the sky. Small Saber King revealed a shocked look. He'd obtained a mystical treasure from the ancient dynasty's treasure vault, and it was what saved his life just now. It was a talisman, which was only marked with 4 lines. When he'd encountered danger while exploring a historic site, the talisman lit up and saved his life, but it also turned into 3 lines. This let him know that the talisman could still save him 3 times, and now, only 2 times remained. Cold sweat was all over his head. He just wandered the jaws of death, and Ling Han only had to fire 3 more arrows, of which the last arrow he wouldn't be able to block. Too fast. The distance between them now just happened to allow the arrow to accelerate to the extreme without exhausting its force. The people below also suddenly came to a realization. It was no wonder Ling Han said that Small Saber King was courting death by pulling apart the distance. Certainly, this archery skill was too terrifying, as fast as a ray of light and as heavy as a mountain. After Small Saber King hesitated slightly, he decided to fight desperately to the death. Today, if he couldn't behead Ling Han, then the tier gap between the two would become smaller and smaller, and the gap in strength would become greater and greater. He would eventually be ditched far behind by Ling Han, without another day to win. Chapter 680. Forbidden Tool of Heaven. Reverie _ Hen Yi. A genius like Small Saber King obviously didn't lack resolution. Once it was set, his gaze would be with unswervingly determination, never to be shaken again. His ultimate move didn't hurt Ling Han as the latter's speed was too fast, and he evaded it with a sweep. It can't be too far, or I'll just be treated as a living target by Ling Han, and my attacks will also be weakened, unable to unleash my power. Too close, fighting at close quarters, I'm not Ling Han's, this freak's, match at all, Small Saber King concluded in his heart. Then the only way was to control the distance as not too far and not too close, not allowing Ling Han's archery technique to unleash its full power, and allowing his own battle prowess not to be reduced. He raised his saber while he moved and appeared a meter before Ling Han, slashing out. The saber ray turned into a stream and stormed towards Ling Han. Ling Han was fearless and executed Desolate Hell Sword, battling fiercely with Small Saber King. Actually, he could pull the distance apart to shoot at Small Saber King. With his speed, Small Saber King couldn't possibly close in. Of course, he could also fight close up and overwhelm Small Saber King, completely suppressing him. However, Ling Han didn't choose these tactics that guaranteed victory, letting Small Saber King display his strengths. He wanted to crush Small Saber King in every aspect. Unfortunately, the Sword King was here, and Ling Han didn't dare to use the 3 styles of Black Origin, or else Small Saber King would definitely have an even bigger headache. The Absolute Saber Sect wasn't inferior to the Heaven Sword Sect. Since the Heaven Sword Sect had the 3 styles of Black Origin, would the Absolute Saber Sect not have a similar ultimate move? Small Saber King roared furiously, and his saber turned into a furious dragon with a hammer for its head, smashing fiercely towards Ling Han. Endless power gathered. The power of this attack definitely reached the extremes of the deity transformation tier. Ling Han didn't dare to forcibly parry it. He retreated with the demon fairy step and maneuvered with lightning, dodging this attack very narrowly. He couldn't help but think, if he'd battled against the Sword Emperor, or the Setting Sun Saber Emperor in the previous life, he truly would have been killed in minutes, and wouldn't even be able to escape. However, it was different now. He displayed Desolate Hellsword's only killer move, immediately erupting in a counterattack. On the other side, the Diamond Puppet kept struggling, but couldn't resist the Heaven Transformation Bowl's power in the end, being absorbed inside. It might seem large in size, and the Heaven Transformation Bowl was real small, but during the absorption process, its body shrank infinitely and was sucked in without any difficulty. Ling Han waved his hand and the Heaven Transformation Bowl returned to his hands. Its vein-like patterns glowed. It was in the process of refining the things it absorbed. Small Saber King displayed all his ultimate moves and swore to cut down Ling Han under the saber, taking care of a great danger and seizing the secrets and treasures on Ling Han. As he saw it, Ling Han was an ancient treasure vault of his own. Absolute Saber Sect's heaven-severing 7 saber strikes cut the heavens, the earth, and the stars. It could shatter anything. However, Ling Han's speed was just too fast, and the saber techniques couldn't lock onto him. Since it was so, how could it harm him? After battling for another several dozens of moves, Small Saber King stopped. He knew that he couldn't kill Ling Han at this rate. Not fighting? Ling Han sneered. This is a battle to the death. Small Saber King said nothing, his expression cold. Raising his right hand, a long spear appeared in his hand. The spear's shaft was like blood, covered with peculiar vein-like patterns and convolved with endless blood chi, just as if filled with ominousness. Hong long long, once the spear was unleashed, dark clouds immediately appeared in the skies, with flashes of lightning within, just as if heavenly thunder was going to descend. Everyone below was greatly shocked. This was the 3rd time today that thunderclouds appeared. But what was this thing exactly? It was too ominous, such that its appearance provoked the rolling thunderclouds. A few figures of the older generation also revealed startled expressions and contemplative looks. Could this be Forbidden Tool of Heaven, Absolute Chaos Living Spirit Spear? His Forbidden Tool of Heaven. Ling Han's brows were also knitted tightly as he stared at the crimson-colored spear, then looked at the thunderclouds in the sky, and said, Forbidden Tool of Heaven? Forbidden Tool of Heaven, a banned tool that even the heavens didn't allow to exist. The moment Small Saber King unleashed it, heaven and earth was moved, and sought to destroy it. In the previous life, he had only heard of such a thing, but had never seen it before. A 10th-tier spirit tool was obviously the world's strongest treasured tool, but to unleash the full might of the tool, one also had to be a shattering void-tier elite. However, the Forbidden Tool of Heaven was different. Actuating such a treasured tool needed not power, nor the comprehension of martial arts, but rather raw blood and chi. Simply put, lifespan. Using one's lifespan to activate the forbidden tool, the more lifespan was sacrificed, the stronger the power of the forbidden tool, till it reached the limit of the tool. Small Saber King actually had such a thing. Did he obtain it in the ancient dynasty's treasure vault, or within some other historic site? Sacrifice 50 years of my lifespan. Small Saber King held the spear in hand and glared at Ling Han. Wang, the crimson spear instantly lit up, and blood and chi formed a pit of snakes, wreathing around the spear shaft. The spear shaft actually began to twist as if it possessed life, emitting limitless might. Small Saber King's hair actually instantly turned gray and wrinkles also appeared on his originally jade-like smooth skin as if he'd instantly turned into a 70 to 80-year-old man. The might emitted by the blood spear had astonishingly reached the heaven tier. Absorbing 50 years of Small Saber King's lifespan, This forbidden spear could actually exhibit Heaven Tier's might, which was enough to annihilate Ling Han. Small Saber King's hair and skin also gradually returned to normal. After all, his lifespan was not just 100 years. Earlier, it was just from instantaneous extraction of the large amount of life force that his chi and blood dried up, turning him into an old man, but he was also gradually recovering. Under the forbidden tool of heaven, gods and demons alike will perish. Small Saber King shouted loudly, and tossed the spear in his hand, turning it into a flash of crimson light that pierced towards Ling Han. Ling Han shifted his figure in an attempt to dodge this attack, but the blood spear was as if it had eyes and life, twisting and turning as it continued to hunt him down. He'd been locked onto. As expected of a forbidden tool, how powerful! Since it couldn't be dodged then. Ling Han put out Heaven Transformation Bowl and used it to catch the blood spear. Something no one expected happened. The blood spear actually merged into the Heaven Transformation Bowl. Then there was no then. The forbidden tool of heaven, an object of ill omen that even the heavens feared, was actually simply absorbed by a bowl. Every single person was moved. Even the figures of the older generations revealed avaricious looks. Small Saber King couldn't even believe it as he stared dumbfoundedly at Ling Han. He expended 50 years of lifespan, yet couldn't even cause a splash in the water, so how could he possibly accept it? Ling Han raised the demon birth sword in his hand with a smile, and said, "Have you any more ultimate moves?" He charged out, and this time, he was going to utterly end Small Saber King. Small Saber King struggled hard. The amount of hidden cards on him was truly surprising, throwing out a spirit talisman one moment and splashing a basin of ink, all of which possessed astonishing might, the next moment, making Ling Han cry out achingly because he'd already viewed the things on Small Saber King as his personal property. Wasting his things, too shameful. Ling Han was indignant, finally pulling apart the distance, and then activating the annihilating dragon star arrow once again. Chapter 681. A Shred of Saber Heart. Reverie _ Hen Yi. Xiao, 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 the arrows shot out rapidly. During the first battle, Small Saber King could forcibly deflect the arrows, but now the strength gap of the two almost shrank to the level of 0, so how could Small Saber King block these three mystical powers together? Ling Han's strength had been much lower than his, and Ling Han hadn't truly learned the Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, already making him feel Ling Han troublesome. Now, Ling Han's strength increased greatly, finally causing a change in quality of annihilating dragon star arrow. Mystical powers could kill gods. Ling Han's tier was still too low, and he couldn't kill gods at the moment, but killing Small Saber King wouldn't be difficult. Two light shields flashed consecutively over Small Saber King's body and helped him avoid certain death twice. His expression couldn't help but become bleaker, as the talisman already turned into ash, no longer being able to protect him. The next arrow would set the time of his death. This was a death match he'd agreed to, and would only end when one person fell for eternity. No one on the Academy's side objected, so now there couldn't possibly be anyone that would come out to stop them. Rules were rules, and if broken recklessly, would there still be any trust among people? Small Saber King's gaze was like a saber. At this moment, he wasn't frightened by the fear of death, but was rather incited with a fighting spirit as he struck at Ling Han with a side slash of the saber. Hong, the saber light was as if ablaze, emitting an indescribable mighty presence. Saber, Saber Heart. Someone from the older generation blurted out. Not Saber Heart, but he touched a shred of it. Someone on the side shook their head, but also gave it positive recognition. Being able to comprehend Saber Heart, one would have the right to touch the rules of Great Tao. This is an underrated genius. A third person from the older generation said. We can't let him die, a fourth person said decidedly. Earlier, they let the two fight a fierce life or death battle because although Small Saber King's reputation was remarkable, they saw it as nothing more, and sacrificing him wouldn't matter. However, it was not ordinary being able to comprehend the heart of marital arts, and placed in the god realm, there would even be hope of becoming the finest elites. Pooh! Ling Han quickly drew the bow and shot an arrow. With the light of destruction, it appeared before Small Saber King's forehead in a flash, penetrating right through. This arrow was too terrifying, for it pierced through Small Saber King's head fully and shot out of the other end, carrying silver-colored blood and soaring into the sky, its power didn't seem to be reduced at all. Xiao, their old monsters appeared, all of heaven-tier cultivation, but they still came one step too late. Small Saber King fell down from the sky, life force leaving his body rapidly. An old monster carried Small Saber King and left immediately, probably thinking to rescue him. However, Ling Han could guarantee with his status as the Alchemy Emperor in the previous life that this arrow had already obliterated Small Saber King's soul, and even if there was some divine pill that could heal Small Saber King's body, that would only be obtaining a complete body. With the soul already dead, would Small Saber King still be Small Saber King? Even if a new soul could be birthed again, then it might be mediocre in martial arts, and even possibly talentless. In short, Small Saber King was utterly dead. The remaining two old monsters looked coldly at Ling Han, extremely discontented in their hearts, but when both parties decided to battle to the death, they didn't come forward to stop it, so what could they even say now? They could blame Small Saber King for being too lowly. Couldn't he have comprehended Saber Heart a bit earlier? Did it have to be at the most dangerous moment of life or death, which led them to fall short of stopping it? After all, Ling Han now possessed the battle prowess of high-level deity transformation tier, and even heaven tier warriors had to be fully concentrated to stop him. Gazing at Ling Han for a while, an old monster finally brushed his sleeve, and said in a displeased tone, "Disperse." Yes. No one dared to say anything as they walked away with their heads down one after another. There were still many Earth-grade and Black-grade palace halls vacant, so they were obviously going to seize it. Small Saber King died, and that was all. What did that have to do with them? Small Saber King died, so wasn't his palace hall vacant? But who would dare have any ideas about this palace hall? Wouldn't they fear being shot to dregs by Ling Han? Ling Han looked at the old monster that was going away, feeling extremely irritated inside. His spoils of war were taken away just like that. However, no matter how strong he was now, he couldn't be stronger than a heaven-tier warrior. Other than watching them go, what else could he do? He snorted inside and thought, "Damned old man, don't you drop any hairs, or else I'll curse you to *ting for 3 days and 3 nights. He landed and said, "Let's go to Small Saber King's palace hall. There might be some battle trophies left." Small Saber King had obtained the treasure trove of an ancient dynasty, and some treasures were too massive, unsuited for storing in a spatial ring, and needed a place to be set. They rushed over excitedly, and after asking someone, they found the location of Small Saber King's palace hall and walked in one after another. Turns out this palace hall comes with a gathering spirit formation. No wonder I didn't clearly feel the spirit chi purity increase by 10 times. Turns out the key lies with these palace halls. Everyone cried out one after another in surprise. Cultivating here, it would truly be half the work and twice the effect. No wonder Small Saber King broke through to the deity transformation tier so quickly. Those disciples that obtained direct entry most probably had come a few months earlier, and being able to cultivate for so long, they'd obviously pulled the gap between others a step further. But Small Saber King encountered a freak like Ling Han, and could only die with grievance, being too unlucky. Although this palace hall might seem large, it could provide space for only 3 to 4 people cultivating, or else there still wouldn't be enough spirit chi to use. After all, there was a limit to gathering spirit formations conversion, and surpassing this limit would be equivalent to losing its effect. I counted while walking by earlier. There are only about 500 or so palace halls altogether. But there's about probably over 2,000 people who pass this time. According to Restore Heaven Academy's estimate, 1,000 students would be recruited this time. But because Ling Han broke the formation flag in the first stage, leading more people to pass, the amount of people suddenly doubled. Too many monks. Too little gruel. Now the competition's going to be fierce. Yeah, anyone would want to live in a palace hall and receive more spirit chi. Besides, based on what that person from the academy said, only the talented people living in the palace halls would qualify to receive resources. Then it must be fought for. Everyone had great ambitions. Even if they couldn't contest for a heaven grade or earth grade palace hall, could they not aim for a black grade or yellow grade? Li Feng Yu, Qin Lian Yu, and the others took their leave, all in a rush to seize a good palace hall. Moreover, one could challenge someone to a battle and also avoid a battle, and for geniuses like them, 3 months' time was enough for their strength to undergo a drastic change. Zhu Xian'er and Hu Niu obviously weren't leaving. The spirit chi inside this palace hall was enough for 3 people to use, and speaking of cultivation resources, would they lack them with Ling Han, who possessed the Black Tower? Ling Han Nyo's hungry. Hu Nyo acted like a spoiled child. Okay, let's eat first, Ling Han said with a smile, and took out ingredients to prepare food. He temporarily didn't think of finding the Rain Emperor and Mu Rongqing. The 3 would develop their own forces and then merge them all, forming a super force. This academy's students were divided into 4 levels, which clearly told them who was the strongest. If you wanted to follow a boss, then find these people. Not bad, it would be easy to take in underlings. Chapter 682. The Purple Moon Rises. Reverie _ Hen Yi. On the first day of entering the Restore Heaven Academy, fierce battles erupted in contest for the palace halls. In a few battles, some even died, fully showing the contest's cruelty. The path of martial arts was so. The higher up one was, the less space there was, but everyone wanted to climb upwards, so what could be done? Kick others down. There was only so much in cultivation resources. How could that possibly allow everyone in the world to become elites? So, no one felt shocked because of this, and everyone quietly accepted such a result. However, these things that often occurred during contesting for treasures in historic sites previously were now happening in the academy, which should be safe. It was somewhat ironic. The 5 great sects didn't truly want to develop all these people. Most of them were a whetstone, used to toughen the disciples of the 5 great sections. The other part that had good endowments certainly had the possibility to rise into the god realm, but only as slaves. Not to mention, there really were too many people that entered this time, so how would they hold up if some weren't hurriedly eliminated? After Ling Han and the 2 girls ate, they began to search the palace hall, but small Saber King didn't leave many treasures. Only one thing could please Ling Han: the golden ship. He'd originally had one, but it was smashed by the diamond puppet. Now that he'd obtained another one, it soothed somewhat his wounded heart. With his strength, the golden ship couldn't help him much, but it could be used to hasten on a journey, saving time, strength, and worrisome essential product on a journey. One night passed. On the morning of the 2nd day, Ling Han had just woken up and soon heard clamor outside. He opened the door, only to see that 4 youngsters stood at the palace hall gates, each and every one with a scowl. They were shouting curses, but seeing Ling Han come out, they all shut their mouths. Ling Han swept them with a glance and said, "What, want to challenge me? All right, 4 of you all at once, save me some time." "Humph, we're not here to challenge you," one of them said. "Then what are you guys doing here, whining?" Ling Han rolled his eyes. "We're disciples of the Absolute Saber Sect," a second person said. "Don't assume you can run amok just because you defeated Small Saber King. Our Absolute Saber Sect's strongest genius isn't Small Saber King." "That's right. Wait till senior brother Su exits secluded training. Killing you would be as easy as the turn of a palm for him. Just you wait." The 4 hooted, even wishing to bite off Ling Han's meat. Ling Han sighed and said, "Then why the heck are you guys being rude now? I most hate being disturbed when I want to sleep in. Looks like I have to give you guys a beating." "Stop, we're not here to challenge you." The 4 hurriedly waved their hands. They were only Flower Blossom tier warriors, so how could they possibly be Ling Han's match? Ling Han snorted and said, "Running here to curse, you still say that you guys aren't here to challenge me? Your damn sister." He charged up and pong, 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 with 1 punch for 1 person, he sent all 4 flying. He still showed some mercy, only heavily injuring the 4, but not killing them. "Is it Su Xiaoran?" Ling Han muttered. It wasn't the first time he'd heard this name. Yao Hui Yu had once mentioned that this person was Absolute Saber Sect's #1 genius, who was extremely low-key, not famous, and probably only receiving recognition within the 5 great sections. "I'd rather like to meet him." Ling Han walked freely on 9 Dragons Mountain, getting acquainted with people and not hiding the idea that he wanted to take in underlings. Although he became famous in one fight, shooting down Small Saber King, and seemed to be on the trend of being the Restore Heaven Academy's #1, the people here were all geniuses, and geniuses were mostly self-conceited, so how could they possibly easily submit? Now everyone's thoughts were, "I've now received such great cultivation conditions, so I can definitely catch up to you." Who would easily submit to someone else with that mindset? The Rain Emperor and Mu Rongqing also began their path of freakishness. They'd both successfully fought over an Earth grade palace hall, and were studying which person in the Heaven grade should be challenged first. The Academy's communications were extremely advanced, with communication stones connecting to the 5 great sects and various super cities. Overseeing at the center, they could grasp Middle State's every single movement. The students could also use the communication stones here to communicate with family and sects, delivering some news. Now, nothing could surpass the most sensational news about the Purple Moon Empire. Originally, no one was concerned about this force. To dare establish a nation in the Middle State, wasn't that courting death? A few deity transformation tier forces already went to encircle and annihilate them, yet met with a total defeat. The experts were all captured, some surrendered, and those that didn't were killed, instead making Purple Moon Empire's strength increase some more. Now this empire was expanding without restraint as it split into 3 great armies to besiege cities and strongholds, and its efficiency was surprisingly high. Its territory expanded by 10-fold in a short amount of time, and was still expanding at an extremely rapid pace. This finally drew the attention of the 5 great sects, making them send subordinate Heaven tier forces to kill them. This matter occurred 3 months ago, and so far, there hadn't been a battle report sent back. Perhaps the fight was at a stalemate. After Ling Han heard it, he couldn't help but nod his head. Ma Duo was someone deeply unfathomable. Since he decided to establish a nation to open the skies, then he definitely wasn't acting recklessly. But what confused Ling Han was, where'd such a group with astonishing battle prowess suddenly come from? Ma Duo was definitely not fighting alone, so where'd the generals under him come from? To gather a large group of elites that had the same ideals wouldn't be an easy thing. Take Ling Han for instance. These few days, he was constantly trying hard to get underlings, but to little avail. Getting an underling was so troublesome, not to mention having them partake in opening the skies in opposition to the entire vast land. Does this guy really have such kick-ass charisma? Ling Han was full of doubts. In his impression, Ma Duo was a sly fatso, and could such a person also make a clarion call to make others follow him? The field's a lot bigger, with all sorts of people. Reborn in this period, is it fortune or misfortune? Ling Han muttered, yet revealed a belligerent smile at the corner of his mouth. Fortune and misfortune aside, at least he could fight to his heart's content. If Ma Duo truly has the power to resist the 5 great sects, then it won't hurt for me to lend him a hand. I'm not interested in being an emperor anyway. I want to take up this burden coming only from morality and not wanting to see the world's living beings suffer greatly, anyway. If Ma Duo can do it, then I'll let him take up the great burden. When we ascend to the God realm, I can retire having made my mark, and go find Divine Phoenix Heavenly Maiden, this overbearing woman, and take this wife that should have been taken long ago, living free and unfettered from then on. Or so he thought, but things took a sudden and dramatic turn. The forces the 5 great sects sent out all suffered crushing defeat. A total of 7 Heaven tier forces participated in the battle, but 6 forces were either annihilated or forced to surrender, and only 1 force escaped. Moreover, they fled pell-mell, suffering extremely great losses. Now, the 5 great sects were finally shocked, deciding the strongest powers had to sortie. Unfortunately, Restore Heaven Academy's students were also enlisted into the army. Chapter 683. Personally taking the field. Reverie _ Hen Yi. In the world of martial artists, it was very hard to imagine the existence of an army. Martial artists were used to being alone and fighting alone, only occasionally fighting in groups, but those were also very small, with only a few people joining hands. If there were any more of them, they instead wouldn't be able to unleash the battle prowess that they should have, because they wouldn't know how to cooperate, and also wouldn't have someone to command them. When Ling Han and the others received a transfer order, they felt it somewhat strange. These students actually became soldiers, and were going to move out with a great army to go on a punitive expedition against the Purple Moon Empire. Even the 5 great sects are moving out? Ling Han was astounded. It looked like he still underestimated Ma Duo, for him to be able to be taken so seriously by the 5 great sections. However, thinking about it, it was rather normal. Power of the nation was a good thing that could drastically increase a martial artist's strength, and the Rain Emperor previously was a clear proof. More importantly, the power of the nation was not decided by martial artists, but by number of subjects within a country. The more subjects, the stronger the gathered power of the nation. If the Purple Moon Empire were really to take down half of the Middle State, then with the blessing of the power of the nation, how powerful could Shattering Void tier martial artists become? Would they reach the 18-eyed Corpse King's level? Besides, Deity Transformation tier and Heaven tier forces were all utterly defeated by the Purple Moon Empire, so only Shattering Void tier powers could be dispatched. How many Shattering Void tier warriors in the world could there be? Other than Feng Peyun and a meager lot, weren't they all in the 5 great sects? However, would Feng Peyun and the others listen to the orders of the 5 great sects? Of course not. Then other than the 5 great sects personally taking the field, who else could be sent out? The disciples of the Restore Heaven Academy were also conscripted, and the reason stated was to let them learn and gain experience through actual combat. This actually received the approval of the majority. The geniuses of the younger generation spent too much time on cultivating, and actually participated very few times in actual combat. So many people were extremely excited, itching to try. Ling Han contacted the Rain Emperor and Mu Rongqing, and decided to passively participate in the war, only seeking to defend oneself and never hurt others. It'd be best to meet Ma Duobao once. Since he'd long said he would open the skies and pointed out that the God Realm was the origin of the 10 millennia turmoil, he presumably understands more about the matter of opening the skies and definitely knows more than Xueqi. However, he's an emperor now, and wanting to see him probably wouldn't be too easy. Let's see if there's a chance. Ling Han was quite confident. He had the Black Tower in hand, and had the ability to save himself even standing against Shattering Void tier elites, which allowed him to dare venture deep into the Purple Moon Empire. There were only 2 days of preparation time before all the students had to be on their way, and after joining with the 5 great sects army, they set out towards the Purple Moon Empire. In the end, this great army was also divided into 3 portions, separately meeting Purple Moon Empire's 3-way army, and at last gathering at the capital to utterly annihilate this fake empire. Restore Heaven Academy's students weren't actually separated into 3 groups. They followed the Western Army, and were obviously attacking Purple Moon Empire from the western side. This army's general was obviously a Shattering Void tier elite, but it wasn't the Azure Phoenix Divine Empress, the Sword King, or some important figure that entire world knew. Instead, it was an unprepossessing old man. However, a Shattering Void tier elite was after all a Shattering Void tier elite, and just standing there. His presence was like a mountain, with measureless divine light intertwining. No one could approach a 30-meter range of him, or else they'd definitely be busted by that aura. Unless he intentionally suppressed it, even Heaven tier warriors couldn't approach, or it'd just be courting death. Ling Han was apprehensive. The 5 great sects had deep secrets as expected, and Shattering Void tier elites were as if they could be thrown out casually. However, this was also related to martial arts settling for 10 millennia and welcoming a great outbreak. Now, it was a super prosperous age that blossomed after all the dull monotony of 10 millennia, and there being countless experts wasn't a rare thing. The Great Western Army was called a Great Army, but actually only had 10,000 people. 1/3 was the disciples of the 5 great sect, and 2/3 were the subordinate forces of the 5 great sects, in addition to the Restore Heaven Academy's nearly 2,000 students. They might be few, but this great army's entire strength was shockingly formidable. The lowest tier was Spiritual Pedestal tier, and the majority were in the Flower Blossom tier. There were quite a few Spiritual Infant tier elites, and Heaven tier ones were in the hundreds, and only Shattering Void tier cultivators couldn't be seen as of now, but 1 commander should be enough. No one believed that the Purple Moon Empire could have more than a palm of Shattering Void tier elites. Perhaps there was only one. The Purple Moon Empire, the 1,000 Corpse Sect, the Azura Demon Emperor, the 3rd Killing Formation, all mixed up together, Ling Han muttered to himself. It would be even more chaotic if the Great Silver Spider in the desolate north were to be added. It was not known what had been buried there, but the Vial of Curses alone made Ling Han understand the scariness of that place. The 5 great sects might not be able to ward it off. Ling Han had seen that Great Silver Spider attack. Its aura was truly too powerful, and compared to the Sword King and the Azure Phoenix Divine Empress, Ling Han still thought that the Great Silver Spider was stronger. Perhaps, the moment that Great Corpse King broke into 18 Eye's leave, only then would it be able to compare with it. Thinking about it now, it was truly horrifying that such an existence was actually tolerated in the world. Shouldn't it be repelled out of this realm? After over 10 days, they arrived at Cotton Sun City. The army didn't continue to advance, and halted here. Because one of Purple Moon Empire's armies were arriving here within a few days, the first battle was going to start here. At this moment, the city was tranquil. Not many people knew that a battle was imminent. Each day was still a celebration of peace with singing and dancing. In some sense, the 5 great sects did considerably well. The entire world's environment was quite peaceful, and the lives of average people were adequately provided, rarely seeing the phenomenon of selling one's sons or daughters. It did occur, but it was generally those who committed grave crimes and implicated their families, were into gambling, or suffered losses in a business. Basically, there weren't floods of refugees because of natural and man-made calamities. However, once the war started, there would definitely be many people that would become destitute and homeless. Ling Han sighed, but immediately strengthened his conviction. Peace and tranquility were a pretense, and it was only the 5 great sects breeding livestock for their own use. One wouldn't see anyone that raised chickens torture the chickens, only giving them food and water. When eagles or weasels came, they'd chase them off, but this definitely wasn't because they cherished them, but instead protected them for slaughter in the future. Now the entire vast land was a gigantic barn, waiting for the advent of slaughter. Taking advantage of the time before the war started, Ling Han and the others wandered in the city. Perhaps this city would be engulfed by the flames of war and no longer exist in a few more days. The strength of their army as a whole was too powerful, and any person chosen randomly could flatten this city. The difference would only be the length of the time spent on such an endeavor. As they walked, Ling Han suddenly halted and said, "Get out, don't hide in the dark." Hee, such keen perception. A slender figure walked out from within the dark. He was an extremely handsome man, and although he'd reached middle age, his charisma hadn't been concealed. There were probably quite a few young ladies that would kneel under his mature qualities. This lord is Xueqi, Wind Moon Sect's sect master. Chapter 684. Who's compensating whom? Reverie _ Henyi, Wind Moon Sect's sect master. Ling Han was instantly alarmed inwardly. It was no wonder he'd felt an intense killing intent earlier. He'd once killed someone called Hu Qingfang when he hurried on his way to the Restore Heaven Academy, and that was precisely the son of Wind Moon Sect's sect master. And also his only son. The other party appeared at midnight and targeted him directly, appearing to have already confirmed his identity. Expectedly, when bringing Hu Niu, someone so high profile, his disguise back then was equivalent to not having one. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Sect Master Hu, waiting for me here in the depth of night, could you possibly be thinking of inviting me for tea or a drink?" Hee. I don't know if young Master Ling would do me the honor? Full of smiles, Hu Jianyi looked at Ling Han, having a threatening murderous aura on his face. On Sect Master Hu's generous invitation, why not? Ling Han replied with a question. Haha, young Master Ling is talented and daring as expected. Please. Hu Jianyi gestured with his hand. Ling Han wasn't afraid of Hu Jianyi suddenly making a life-threatening move. He now had 2 identities, not only being a heaven-grade alchemist, but also a member of the expedition army. If Hu Jianyi dared to kill a person of the expedition army, this would be equivalent to issuing a challenge for battle towards the 5 great sections. No matter how much hatred he had concealed in his heart, without the resolution of being destroyed together, he couldn't possibly go against the 5 great sections. So, Ling Han was very safe. Of course, most of his confidence obviously came from Black Tower. No one would know if a father with a dead son could still maintain rationality. They came to a tea house and requested a private room, and soon fragrant tea was delivered, the aroma of it floating in the air. Quite bizarre, 2 people who should have been mortal enemies were actually sitting together and drinking tea as if they were intimate friends of man years. Young Master Ling, my son died in your hands, right? After Hu Jianyi took a few sips of tea, he suddenly spoke out. Ling Han didn't refuse to admit a meaningless act and nodded. He said, "Correct. This lord only had one son, so how will young Master Ling compensate this lord?" Hu Jianyi's gaze turned cold, staring at Ling Han. Ling Han instantly came to an understanding. Hu Jianming indeed wanted revenge, but also had scruples. After all, he still had the title of a heaven-grade alchemist, even though the Alchemist Society hadn't publicly acknowledged it. Anyway, if his son was dead, then he'd first fish out some benefits. Ling Han smiled. Was the other party extorting him? Sect Master Hu, now you've said it wrong. Ling Han shook his head. Someone like your son, him living would be wasting food, wasting cultivation resources, and only causing troubles every day. This time, luckily, he died in my hands, or else if it were anyone more ruthless, your Wind Moon sect would be destroyed immediately. Sect Master Hu, don't blame me for being frank. I always love to speak the truth. I took care of a disaster for you. Forget that I didn't ask Sect Master Hu for any benefits, but Sect Master Hu's actually extorting me. Is this reasonable? Is this right? Hu Jianyi's face twitched involuntarily. He'd seen silver-tongued people, but being able to talk nonsense to this degree, Ling Han was probably the only one. Can you not be so damned shameless? Killing my son and asking me to give you benefits. Hu Jianyi couldn't help but put down the teacup and release heaven-tier presence, instantly making Zhu Xian'er's face pale. It wasn't pretense that kings among martial artists could resist the presence of elites, but the mind being able to endure didn't mean that the body could also endure. This depended on the gap in tier of the two parties. Heaven tier elites crushed Flower Blossom tier ones by 3 entire tiers, so Zhu Xian'er obviously couldn't endure it. Ling Han drew Zhu Xian'er into his embrace, displeased, and said, "Wanna talk, then talk properly. What are you doing scaring people? You think you're the only one who knows how to glare? Hun Yo, let him know what's called being fierce." Hun Yo was already discontent with Ling Han embracing Zhu Xian'er, and she instantly glared furiously at Hu Jianyi. Her gaze was a tiger's, emitting baleful killing intent. Hu Jianyi obviously wouldn't care about Hun Yo, but after making eye contact with her, he actually felt a chill. He hurriedly suppressed this feeling, a strange thought arising in mind. A 7 to 8-year-old little girl could actually make him feel terrified. What a strange thing this was. He no longer paid attention to Hun Yo, simply staring at Ling Han and said, "Young Master Ling, you'd better listen to this Lord's suggestion, or else later on in the battlefield, weapons having no eyes, so you might be accidentally hurt by a friendly." This was an undisguised threat. Ling Han, however, was unperturbed and said, "An evil sect like the Wind Moon sect, I really find it strange it can exist for so long. Shouldn't a sect that has massive negative influence on growing youths be disbanded?" Hee, looks like a disagreeable conversation. Hu Jianyi sneered. He'd never planned to let Ling Han go, and precisely because of that was the Wind Moon sect that should have followed the Eastern Army transferred to the Western Army under his persistence. Obviously, it was to assassinate Ling Han. Today, if any advantages could be extracted from Ling Han, that would obviously be great. However, whether anything could be extracted or not, he would assassinate Ling Han in the war later on. Wars were chaotic anyway, so who would notice? To say the least, even if someone saw, he could claim that weapons have no eyes, and that the attack he released accidentally killed Ling Han because he was too strong. Openly murdering a heaven-grade alchemist, a disciple of Restore Heaven Academy, and a member of the Expedition Army, such a crime was something he couldn't afford to bear. Ha 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 ha. Ling Han and Hu Jianyi both laughed loudly at the same time as if one another said a terrible joke. But this laughter stopped abruptly as Hu Jianyi suddenly stood up and pulled open the door to leave. "Wait!" Ling Han shouted behind his back. Hu Jianyi was overjoyed. Could Ling Han be afraid after all? He pretended to be aloof, and didn't turn around. "Sect Master Hu, you can't be thinking of escaping without paying the bill? You've just said it's your treat." Ling Han's voice came from behind. Hu Jianyi almost fell onto the ground, and his expression was instantly filled with fury. With a heavy snort, he brushed his sleeve and left. "Sect Master Hu, you're really going to ignore the bill?" Ling Han was still shouting from behind, making the waiters in the tea house look at him with gazes of contempt. Hu Jianyi was infuriated to the point of wanting to kill someone. After arriving at the bottom floor, he threw out an origin crystal and left resentfully. The smile on Ling Han's face gradually vanished. When he'd found out about the existence of a force like the Wind Moon sect, he'd already decided to overturn this sect, but he didn't have enough strength yet, and couldn't carry it out. "For your sins you shall not live," he said balefully. When he possessed heaven-tier battle prowess, the first thing he would do would be to bulldoze the Wind Moon sect. After staying a few days in the city, one of Purple Moon Empire's armies finally arrived. Their great army was truly fit to be called a great army. The soldiers looked disciplined and in good order, and amounted to 100,000 people, holding banners and sitting on horses or war chariots. It was much unlike the 5 great sects coalition army, which could only be said to be an assembly of experts, and was very different from the great army. Ling Han and the others ascended the city gates one after another. This city was protected by a formation, and could endure deity transformation tier attacks. Purple Moon Empire's banners were divided into 2 types. One was the country's flag with a purple crescent moon drawn on it, and the other was the general's flag with a male lion drawn on it. However, it had 6 legs, 4 wings on its back, and 7 tails, looking extremely peculiar. Ling Han, however, was shocked on the inside. He recognized this lion and ancient divine beast, Mi Hong. Chapter 685. Purple Moon Heavenly Astral King. Reverie _ Hen Yi. With a divine beast as a family crest or clan emblem, that family was definitely extremely strong, or else how could they be worthy of using a divine beast as an emblem? This was as if someone who clearly didn't have the strength yet claimed to be Sword Emperor, or Saber King. They would definitely be given a sound thrashing. In the world of martial arts, people were very particular with regards to matters like this, and definitely weren't allowed to mess around. On the side 5 great sects side, that shattering void tier elite leapt atop the city, and said, Purple Moon Fake Empire's general, come out to see this lord. He, a mere warrior at the 3rd layer of the shattering void tier dares to be impudent in front of this king. With a long laughter, a fully armored man appeared. He rode on an extremely lofty beast, its hooves intertwined with flames, appearing amazingly divine and mighty. Ling Han looked at that beast, and couldn't help but reveal an astounded look because that beast was 9 Flames Heaven Treading Beast, a 10th tier beast. A 10th tier beast was on equal footing with shattering void tier elites. Also because the physiques of divine beasts were far beyond that of humans and could be said to be naturally cultivating physical arts concurrently, beasts had a greater chance of winning in a fight in the same tier. However, such a powerful beast had now become a human elite's mount. Too astonishing. 9 Flames Heaven Treading Beast advanced step by step, not very fast, but the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying, making everyone feel constricted as if their hearts were being squished to the point of bursting. If the mount was so strong, then what about the master? The man wore a silver mail on his body and a silver helmet on his head, but his face wasn't covered, and his features could be seen, all filled with hale and hearty lines. His expression was calm as if he would still be able to support the heavens even if they collapsed. Who are you? The shattering void tier elite of the 5 great sects shouted, somewhat shocked by the other party's powerful arrival. Purple Moon Empire's Heavenly Astral King, Na Lan Tian Huang, the rider said in a mild voice, yet it resounded in everyone's minds, lingering for a long while. The shattering void tier of the 5 great sects snorted and said, how outrageous, to dare establish a nation on the vast lands. This is to go against the heavens. He, can you represent heaven and earth? Na Lan Tian Huang said scornfully. This lord is Zhang Shaolin. Today, I represent the vast lands and send you all an ultimatum. Immediately forsake darkness for light, and there's still a slim chance of survival, or else you'll be courting your own ruin. The shattering void tier elite of the 5 great sects shouted. Heh, you truly know nothing. Na Lan Tian Huang sneered. When this lord shook the whole world, your great ancestors were still somewhere drinking milk, and you dare be impudent towards this king. This arrogant tone. Zhang Shaoling was obviously unable to suppress his anger, but he didn't know the depths of Na Lan Tian Huang's strength at all, and didn't dare easily stir a quarrel. He snorted and said, an arrogant man will court his own death in the end. Ha ha ha, this lord will spread out the army here, and attack the city in 3 days. Na Lan Tian Huang said in clear bright voice, his voice rumbling like thunder. At that time, those who lay down their weapons and kneel down in surrender can be spared. In your dreams, Zhang Xianling coldly. While 2 great shattering void tier elites were conversing, the rest of the people obviously had no qualifications to interrupt them, and with that said, the 2 sides came to a conclusion, no longer speaking. Battle of the Tongues was a psychological attack, a contest of imposing manner, influencing morale, so the 2 sides were obviously unwilling to be weak in manner. Fatso Ma's subordinates are truly an assembly of the talented. Ling Han was shocked. He'd only conjectured as such earlier, but personally witnessing it now, he finally dared to confirm that the Purple Moon Empire truly had shattering void tier elites. Moreover, Na Lan Tian Huang wasn't an ordinary shattering void tier elite. Although his exact cultivation was unknown and his strength inapparent, being able to ride on a 10th tier beast, could this not explain everything? He gazed into the distance, only to see that Purple Moon Empire's army formed a tidy battle array. 100,000 people formed a square, and each square was in good order. No one stood slanted, and even though Zhang Xianlin let out shattering void tier aura earlier, this army wasn't at all shaken, displaying its frightening military discipline. But as for this side, under Na Lan Tian Huang's presence, many people shivered, already losing half their fighting spirit. Without fighting, they'd already lost half the war. Truly strange. Fatso Ma, a clown like that could actually subdue such a powerful subordinate, and this is only one of 3 great armies. The other 2 armies' generals are probably not any inferior. No wonder he dares to establish a country and even have the ambition of opening the skies. Shockingly deep roots indeed. Accordingly, shouldn't Ma Duobao, who bears the great responsibility of opening the skies, be even stronger? Otherwise, without a tough enough physique, one can't possibly endure the boost of a powerful power of the nation. As expected, people shouldn't be judged by their appearance. Who is Ma Duobao really? Ling Han was more and more curious. If you didn't understand someone, you could understand him through the people around him. The so-called things of a kind come together, and being able to attract an elite like Na Lan Tian Huang, could Ma Duobao be ordinary? Purple Moon Empire's great army began to construct its camp, preparing for the battle in 3 days. The 5 great sects also convened an emergency conference. The dispute of the conference was whether to carry out a sneak attack at night today, tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, catching them unprepared. Nothing is too deceitful in war. This lord thinks a surprise attack should be launched tonight. Their great army had been constantly on the move, and tonight is definitely the moment when they're the most relaxed, a big shot suggested. Being able to attend today's conference, everyone was obviously an important person, and Ling Han was fortunate enough to participate because he was a heaven-grade alchemist, who could be on equal level with heaven-tier elites, and even shattering void-tier ones would give some face. However, Ling Han didn't have the slightest look of a heaven-grade alchemist as Hunyo sat on his lap. 1 adult and 1 child, the 2 of them happily cracked sunflower seeds, completely not caring about this extremely serious military conference. No, the other party intentionally put forth the period of 3 days, most likely already expecting us to launch a sneak attack in these few days. They'll definitely set up traps, and we mustn't fall for it, someone objected. They tired after a long march, so how could they possibly have time to set up traps? This lord insists that this is the best chance to strike. I insist on objecting. The people that attended the conference were divided into 3 groups. 1 proposed actively attacking, and 1 wanted to defend tenaciously. Anyway, they had already laid out a formation in the city, so why not let the enemy charge into the formation? The last party was neutral, reserving its opinion. However, neutral was just a nice way to put they simply didn't have their own view. Zhang Xiaolin made up his mind to send an elite unit at night to carry out a sneak attack, testing the quality of Na Lan Tian Huang's army. Many people volunteered to participate in this operation, but Ling Han obviously declined. No kidding, he wasn't going to throw his life in for the 5 great sections. Moreover, Na Lan Tian Huang's strength was unfathomable, and his army was in a gallant array, clearly being an iron-blooded army. To go launch a sneak attack. To die was more like it. Not only did he reject to participate, but also made the Rain Emperor and the others not to get in on the action. It was better to see how the situation was in the great battle 3 days later. Chapter 686. An Invincible Army. Reverie _ Hen Yi. At night, under Zhang Xiaolin's guidance, a raid team composed of over 300 people set out towards Na Lan Tian Huang's camp stealthily, preparing to carry out a slaughter. Although there weren't many people in this team, their foundation was spiritual infant tier, on top of over 10 deity transformation tier and heaven tier elites, with even a shattering void tier elite leading it. It could be said to be extremely powerful, enough to destroy any force other than the 5 great ancient sections. No matter what everyone thought, even if Na Lan Tianhuang was long prepared, facing such a powerful team, his army's heavy casualties would be certain at least. Even if not, the raid team could still return in one piece. However, when the dawn of the early morning appeared, Zhang Shaolin brought 2 heaven-tier elites back in disarray into the city. Each one of them was ashen, and even had a sort of terror of being frightened to the bones. They didn't say a single word and went to their respective quarters, but in only half a day, a military order was issued for everyone to immediately retreat. What sort of situation was this? Only fighting a sneak attack battle and running off now. But an order was issued by a shattering void tier commander, so who dared to question, and who dared to object? Instantly, the troop of 10,000 withdrew from the city, and retreated towards the expanse beyond the front lines. While on the path of retreat, the truth of the matter on the sneak attack last night finally came to light. One of the 2 heaven-tier elites that survived had told his descendant, and this descendant just so happened to be a person that didn't have tightly sealed lips. So, one person told 10 people told 100 people, and then everyone knew. Last night, after the raid team entered the enemy's camp, they were caught in an ambuscade. Na Lan Tianhuang had long sent troops to wait for them, so this wasn't a sneak attack, but rather a long-prepared-for fight in close quarters. Zhang Shaolin sent out at least 300 elites of the spiritual infant tier, with the addition of a shattering void tier leader. In contrast, on Na Lan Tianhuan's side, they sent a 10,000 people in formation, but their strength on a whole wasn't anything great. The strongest elite was only in the spiritual pedestal tier, and the majority was only spiritual ocean tier warriors, while Na Lan Tianhuang actually wasn't even the one providing support the 10th tier beast was. No matter how it looked, Zhang Shaolin's side should have had the absolute advantage, casting the beast aside. Any random spiritual infant tier sent out could sweep away this 10,000 people's formation, a matter as easy as the turn of the palm. However, once the fight began, it wasn't what happened at all. The 10,000 people square array seemed to be on stimulants and had extremely terrifying battle prowess, effortlessly defeating the raid team. Zhang Shaolin was also blocked by the beast, and actually was at a disadvantage. Fighting for only less than half a day, the raid team was almost completely wiped out. Zhang Shaolin saw that things were far from good, and barely rescued 2 heaven-tier elites, escaping back to the city. According to that heaven-tier elite's conjecture after the event, the 10,000 people unit used some sort of array to combine their strength together, and even received an extremely great boost so as to rival heaven tier. This made the heaven tier elite shocked, because the other party still had 99 more such 10,000 people big formations. Too terrifying, this was completely a powerful all-conquering current. Who would be able to rival it? Thus they could only retreat. Fighting was the same as courting death. After Ling Han heard it, he couldn't help but nod inwardly in recognition. No wonder Ma Duobao was so confident, so it turned out he grasped a powerful ancient array, and attacked with the battle array, like a troop of kings. Moreover, they also had the power of nation's blessing, and that was probably the key to coalesce the array. Focusing 10,000 people's power into one whole, even though each and every one was only spiritual infant or spiritual pedestal tier warrior, it was terrifying once combined together. On top of the blessing of the power of the nation, and even extracting some of Na Lan Tianhuang's power, they possessed the power to sweep across heaven tiers. This was only a 10,000 people army, and what if it were 100,000 people? 1 million people. With the power of hundreds of millions of people combined, would there then be the possibility of splitting open the skies? Splitting the skies, a country had to be founded. Ling Han didn't voice any particular opinion, and retreated along with everyone, but once they withdrew from the city, Na Lan Tianhuang launched a siege on the city. With a shattering void tier elite keeping watch, who could obstruct them? The city was taken down. So long as everyone turned, they would be able to see that the flag atop the city was changed to the flag of the Purple Moon Empire, and it represented that this rising empire had seized another territory. Its expansion couldn't be stopped. In only an hour, Na Lan Tianhuang's army advanced once again, and set out towards the next city. It could be known through the communication stones that the other 2 armies on the other routes were also met with no resistance. Facing such an offensive, the 5 great sects coalition was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. How could they possibly block such a powerful current engulfing the lands? The other 2 coalition armies' fates were even more tragic. They launched an all-out sneak attack in an attempt to take advantage of the opportunity before the opponent found stable footing to annihilate the other party in one move. But in the end, almost no one from the 10,000-people army escaped. In short, the coalition army mobilized by 5 great ancient sects was a joke, not even being able to hinder Purple Moon Empire's advancement. The news returned and the world was shaken. At the start, who didn't think that the Purple Moon Empire was a joke? But now that the 3 punitive expeditions were all crushed, the Purple Moon Empire instantly became greatly influential. This definitely was the strongest force other than the 5 great sects, an extremely terrifying thing. Zhang Shaolin soon announced the disbandment of the coalition, and everyone returned to their own homes. The 5 great sects were going to conduct an emergency conference and sortie with the strongest soldiers to confront the Purple Moon Empire, ensuring the destruction of these treacherous outlaws. Everyone had a load on their minds, and left one after another. The Purple Moon Empire was truly too strong. Everyone had to wonder if, by any chance, even the 5 great sects couldn't stop them. Could they only submit? They served for the 5 great sects at this time. Would they suffer in the future when accounts were settled? Pay anyway, whoever was in charge of the world had nothing to do with me. I only need to live my simple life. Why care about whether it was the 5 great sects that commanded respect or the Purple Moon Empire that claimed the throne? Quite a few people decided not to care about the affairs of the world. Toss and turn however you guys want. I'm not caring anymore. When the time comes, I'll go pay respects to whomever wins in the end. The Rain Emperor and Mu Rongqing both returned to the academy. They were going to continue to attract more talents and lay the foundation for founding a country. While Ling Han decided to go on a trip to the Purple Moon Empire. He had to see Ma Duo Bao as there were many questions that he needed the latter to answer. By his side were still Zhu Xian'er and Hu Niu. The 3 traveled lightly and turned towards Purple Moon Empire's territory. A normal border obviously couldn't block spiritual infant-tier elites, not to mention that Ling Han had the Black Tower in hand. As long as it wasn't entering Purple Moon Empire's imperial palace, he should be able to go in and out with ease. After 3 days, they'd already ventured deep into Purple Moon Empire's territory, but there was still roughly a 20 days journey from the imperial city. At this time, the golden ship obviously came in handy, carrying them on their way. Ling Han and Zhu Xian'er only had to take turns to control it each day. Hong. On the 5th day, Ling Han suddenly felt a warning premonition. After abruptly picking up Zhu Xian'er and Hu Niu and flashing into the Black Tower, the golden ship was also instantly smashed into pieces, the fragments fluttering about. Ling Han's figure also surfaced and his gaze turned towards the sky. A slender middle-aged man could be seen standing in the air, his right hand still stretched out. Apparently, he was the one who'd attacked just now. Hu Jianyi, Wind Moon Sect Master. Chapter 687. Interception. Reverie _ Henyi. *T, my golden ship. Ling Han couldn't help but shout out. Was he not fated to be together with any ship? The first golden ship was smashed, and the second golden ship was also smashed, both in flight. The tragic fate followed the exact same pattern. Hee, you should consider more about your own life, Hu Jianyi said coldly. With that attack just now, this lord didn't want to take your life, simply giving you a warning. Ling Han laughed and said, You broke something of mine. This hatred you've incurred is great. Master Ling, this lord still has the same words. Compensate this lord. It's not like this lord can't set aside his hatred, Hu Jianyi said coldly. This was obviously to deceive Ling Han. He wanted to extract enough gains from Ling Han, and then kill this enemy who'd killed his son. Ling Han pondered and said, After the army was disbanded, you already had eyes on me, but having qualms at the time, you didn't make a move. But after entering the Purple Moon Empire, you obviously no longer had any qualms, finally unable to restrain yourself from making a cheap move. A cheap move. The smile on Hu Jianyi's face stiffened. He truly couldn't imagine what made Ling Han so confident to dare talk trash to him in such a situation. He said coldly, Calling you Master Ling, you really think yourself some big shot. Alchemists, are only dogs of martial artists in the end. Without martial artist support, would dogs still dare to bite people? Ling Han picked his ears and said, Living up till now, how much medicinal pills have you eaten that were refined by dogs? Never thought Lord who was really so accomplished, even eating the things dog make. Hu Jianyi was furious, and he finally couldn't hold back and struck again, making a grabbing motion towards Ling Han. With a heaven-tier elite making move, how could such might be rivaled? Ling Han didn't forcibly resist it, turning right around to run. His figure turned into lightning, and with a dazzling white lightning's flash, he was fast like a light stream. His current battle prowess could compare to high-level deity transformation tier, and his speed was obviously more frightening, just barely being able to compare to the heaven tiers. After all, his body of lightning was already at initial accomplishment, and when his body turned into lightning, his speed was shocking fast. Hu Jianyi smiled grimly, and carried out a swift chase. Ling Han had heaven-grade movement art, the demon fairy step, but Hu Jianyi also grasped a heaven-grade movement art, and activated with his heaven-tier strength. His speed was faster than Ling Han's by a notch. However, Ling Han didn't speed in the sky, and instead kept close to the ground to utilize the topography to constantly change directions, causing the distance between the two parties to never draw close all along. This was already very astonishing. He was only in the spiritual infant tier, but his speed could actually compare to a heaven-tier elite's, absolutely against reason. Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, the mystical power from the ancient empire, was kick-ass. Hu Jianyi was also shocked on the inside, never expecting Ling Han's speed to be so fast. But he felt rather pleasantly surprised as well because provided that he took down Ling Han, this movement art would be his. In the hands of a spiritual infant tier, this movement art could match a heaven-tier speed. Then what if it were in his, a heaven-tier elite's hands? Then wouldn't he need not fear even shattering void-tier powerhouses? Can't fight you, no problem. I can run. Ha 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 ha, you can't escape. Hu Jianyi sneered. Movement arts and martial arts skills are the same. The faster the speed, the stronger the power, and, correspondingly, the greater the expenditure. How long can you last? Those words were correct. To allow a spiritual infant tier warrior to possess speed comparable to a heaven tier's, this expenditure on origin power was obviously terrifyingly large. If it weren't for Ling Han's Dantian being larger than normal people's by 100 times, he would at most only be able to sustain it for the time that an incense burnt, and would then be exhausted. But now, it wasn't a problem for him to sustain it for several hours. More importantly, even if Hu Jianyi caught up to Ling Han still had an instant teleportation talisman and the Black Tower, a life-saving divine tool. It was just that Ling Han didn't want to reveal this mysterious treasure. Besides, that sense of crisis like prickles on one's back from being chased down by a heaven tier could greatly stimulate his potential. Run, run, run and chase, chase, chase. Ling Han didn't just run. He would return fire from time to time with annihilating dragon star arrow, and although he didn't use the sunset bow, and just used his arm as a bow and origin power as an arrow, Hu Jianyi still had to be on guard. After all, without circulating origin power, even a heaven-tier elite's physique wasn't much stronger than a body-refining tier one's, so how could he possibly dare take a hit? And once origin power formed a defense, it was bound to influence speed. Ling Han, however, was different. He also cultivated physical arts, and focusing brute force on his legs, his explosive power was shocking. Thus, his speed was almost unaffected. In this way, it was even harder for Hu Jianyi to draw closer, and on the contrary, he still had to be very cautious of Ling Han's sneak attacks. The annihilating dragon star arrow was also a mystical power, and it was passed down from Heavenly River King's 12th general. A true art of divine beings. Geezer who place more mental and physical effort on cultivation in the future, don't always think about women. It seems to me your body's weak and your kidneys deficient, that's no good. Ling Han was still cracking jokes. Hu Jianyi burst with anger. The Wind Moon Sect was the most skilled in harvesting and supplementing. He was indeed lecherous, but being lecherous all the while increasing cultivation, what was there not to like? He sneered and said, "Brat, when this lord takes you down, not only will this lord extract your soul spirit and dig up all your secrets, but also spare your life as much as possible, letting 100 boars F***ku every day." Ling Han couldn't help but laugh loudly. This heaven-tier elite was really pissed off, even speaking such vulgar words. So Lord whose tastes are so special. Could there be 100 stories with boars that mustn't be told? He dashed while speaking non-stop. Hu Jianyi was furious to point of going insane. How could this brat's mouth be so lethal? He spoke no more, knowing that he wasn't Ling Han's match in witty repartee. Besides, it was meaningless, for he only needed to take down Ling Han to exact all the imaginable torture methods on Ling Han's body. Ling Han didn't even have the time to sip water, and constantly escaped for his life. A glimpse of the powerfulness of the heaven tier was clear here because Ling Han was already gasping for breath, but Hu Jianyi was calm and at ease, without the slightest amount of change, looking as if not much of his strength was exerted. If an improper comparison was made of the two's origin power, one was 100, and one was 100 million. When they were consuming it at the speed of one, their dashing speeds would obviously be the same, but the amount of time sustained, however, was completely incomparable. A low cultivation. This was Ling Han's greatest weak point. It couldn't be helped. Even if his battle prowess could compare to high-level deity transformation tier, it was also his outburst of destructive power that reached this level, and not that his origin power could compare to high-level deity transformation tier warriors. Fortunately, Ling Han was also an alchemist, and kept taking medicinal pills to restore origin power, allowing him to continue to sustain his run. Hu Jianyi was in no rush. Medicinal pills had resistance factors, and even if Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist, it was still useless having infinite medicinal pills. Taking them to a certain degree, the medicinal pills taken in wouldn't be medicine, but poison. In the world, other than the limited amount of shattering void tier elites, who else could stop him? He had this in the bag. Ling Han reached a limit, not only drying up origin power, but also exhausting the strength of his flesh. His entire body ached, and he only wanted to close both eyes and fall asleep. He planned to take out the instant teleportation talisman to play a trick, and then enter the Black Tower to get a good rest. However, at this moment, he was startled and abruptly stopped in his steps and said, "Old Lecher, do you dare take a sword strike of mine?" Pah! Hu Jianyi almost spurted out his saliva. Did he hear wrong? Chapter 688. A Strong Supporter. Reverie _ Henyi. A mere spiritual infant tier junior actually asked him if he dared to take a sword strike. What sort of joke was this? After Hu Jianyi advanced a few more steps, he stopped. At this distance, he was sure to take down Ling Han in one attack. He stood with hands behind his back and said, "One sword strike? Haha, even if it were 10,000 sword strikes, would this lord not be able to take it?" "No need for 10,000 strikes, just one strike," Ling Han said sternly. "As long as you can take one sword strike of mine, whatever it is you want, I can give it to you. How about it?" "Haha, this lord would quite like to experience it," Hu Jianyi said indifferently. He was also accumulating power. Ling Han's speed was too fast and he seemed to have all sorts of inconceivable tricks, so he had to succeed in one blow. In a moment, he would unleash an ultimate move, and it wouldn't matter even if it killed Ling Han. Extracting the other party's memories was only the matter of an instant. A living person wasn't needed, nor did it have any relation to being alive or dead. Being able to make a heaven-tier elite go all out, Ling Han should feel proud. He was only at the spiritual infant tier. Ling Han unleashed the demon birth sword, and after breathing in lightly, he struck with the sword. This was his one sword strike. Hu Jianyi felt humiliated. Such a weak attack, even a normal spiritual infant tier warrior couldn't be killed with it. How embarrassing that he'd acted as though he were facing a formidable enemy, thinking that Ling Han would unleash a spirit talisman, a treasured tool, or even a forbidden tool of heaven, something that terrifying. Still, it stood to reason. Ling Han had run for almost an entire day, and his strength was definitely exhausted, so how could he display a stunning sword strike? He'd been too careful. Hu Jianyi snorted and stretched out his right hand in a snatching motion toward Ling Han. Hong, origin power turned into a giant spirit palm, which completely ignored the sword light and was going to crush Ling Han along with it. However, at this moment, the sword light suddenly flourished, dazzling and extremely terrifying, as if a poverty-stricken child suddenly turned into son of God. "How's it possible?" Hu Jianyi cried out. He felt the heavenly Tao on this sword strike, as if heaven and earth changed into this sword and roared furiously at him. Sword Heart. And not the normal Sword Heart, but Sword Heart Illumination. A mere spiritual infant tier junior, how could he possibly have comprehended Sword Heart and reached the highest level of the heart of martial arts? No, even if he'd reached the level of sword heart illumination, his tear was still plain to see, and he couldn't surpass two great tears no matter what. It was similar to a spiritual infant tear not grasping Qi and a spiritual pedestal tear that grasped Rei. What would be the result of their fight? It would definitely be the spiritual pedestal tear's utter defeat, being incapable of a single exchange of blows. Hu Jianyi had cried out, but was still composed on the inside. He didn't believe that Ling Han's sword strike could pose a threat to him, but he also didn't dare to be careless. With high-spirited martial intent, the origin power was covered with vein-like patterns as if it turned into the hand of a divine spirit, emitting boundless might. Shua, the sword strike slashed by. The sword light soared into the skies and stunned the firmament. Hu Jianyi instantly groaned, covering his palm in retreat. That large hand of origin power had already been cut into two halves, and he'd also suffered a backlash. A wound appeared on his right palm, from which blood gushed out violently and couldn't seem to be stopped, just as if his entire body's blood essence was going to all run off. Sword heart illumination, this was the highest attainment in sword path, and represented the world's strongest attack. Being cut by this sword strike, could the wound possibly be restored easily? Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "Looks like Lord who couldn't take my sword strike." Hu Jianyi's expression changed drastically. For one thing, he definitely didn't believe that Ling Han possessed such strength, but on the other hand, the truth was placed before him. He was indeed injured by Ling Han's sword strike, and the condition of his injury still seemed to be worsening. No, this definitely isn't your power. He suddenly came to a realization. Which lord is it that has arrived? Forgive my full eyes for not discovering, and please do forgive me if I've committed an offense in any way. Ling Han nodded inwardly. A heaven tier was elite, a heaven tier elite after all, not easily deceived. Hee. With an unenthusiastic laugh, a shadow walked out. No one could see from where he appeared, but no one would feel it strange, just as if he belonged there naturally. The Tao and laws of nature, one with heaven and earth. Hu Jianyi said quaveringly, looking like his entire person was about to collapse. This was the supreme tier of martial arts. This was a shattering void tier elite. That was a tall and sturdy man holding a wine gourd in his hand. He said faintly, "You want to kill my younger brother?" It was Feng Peyun. Hu Jianyi was almost crying. How could he know that Ling Han was actually a shattering void tier elite's brother? Or else, give him 100 guts, and he still wouldn't dare to attack Ling Han. Wasn't that just courting death? No, this lord. This is all a misunderstanding. He hurriedly waved his hands in objection. A misunderstanding? Feng Peyun said with a smile. But how come I saw you chase down my younger brother for nearly a day? This misunderstanding seems to be quite deep. T. Hu Jianyi cursed inwardly. He'd arrived one day ago, but hid on the sides and watched. Intervening at this time, wasn't that intentionally messing with him? Despite an elite of the shattering void tier fooling him, he not only couldn't get angry, but also had to return with a smile, or else Feng Peyun wouldn't just be fooling him, but would also be erasing him. It truly is a misunderstanding. He was full of smiles. I'm willing to compensate your bother to resolve the misunderstanding. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, Lord Hu, like I said earlier, I got rid of for you a son that only stirred up trouble. You would thank me sooner or later, and now you finally understand. Understood. Hu Jianyi said in a hurry. He now truly had no temper at all, and tossed several spatial rings towards Ling Han. The priority was to stay alive, and the rest could be left for later. Ling Han probed with his divine sense and gave it a sweep, and couldn't help but say, Lord Hu, how truly rich and imposing. Feng Peyun, however, said dully, My younger brother's life is only worth these few spatial rings? This meant that wasn't enough. Hu Jianyi clenched his teeth, and tossed the rest of the spatial rings all at Ling Han. He made up his mind to never have any thoughts about Ling Han in the future, and this time, although he'd suffered financial losses, money and wealth were mere worldly possessions. As long as he was living, could he not earn it back with his heaven-tier cultivation? Only then did Feng Peyun wave his hand and say, Get lost. Your life will temporarily be left with you. When my younger brother's cultivation has increased, he'll pay a visit to the Wind Moon Sect and completely end this misunderstanding. T. So many treasures only temporarily bought him back his life. Hu Jianyi cursed inwardly, yet didn't dare to say anything at all. Bowing respectfully towards Feng Piyun, he finally turned and took to his heels. After running very far away, he discovered his back was full of cold sweat, like his entire person was about to collapse. Shattering void tier elites were truly too powerful. Big brother, when did you arrive? With a smile, Ling Han asked Feng Piyun. A few days ago, I was already there at Cotton Sun City. Feng Piyun said with a smile. You won't blame me for not intervening earlier, right? Ling Han also smiled and said, if Big Brother intervened too early, then it wouldn't have the effect of toughening me. Haha, so long as you know. Feng Piyun nodded in satisfaction. I know the secret of that place in the desolate north. Chapter 689. Deep Roots. Reverie _ Henyi. Ling Han pondered and said, Big brother, let me take you to a place first. Oh, where? Feng Piyun said with a smile. Big brother, don't resist my divine senses guidance, Ling Han said. He was going to take Feng Piyun into the Black Tower. Splitting open the skies and the 5 sects in divine realm was a matter of great importance, and separated by the skies, there were still ears. Feng Piyun, taken slightly aback, nodded, and let Ling Han's divine spirit envelop him. Xiao, the two of them appeared within the Black Tower. Ha! Feng Piyun revealed an astonished expression. Being able to surprise him, a shattering void tier elite, it was evident what a surprising thing this was. He surveyed the surroundings and said, What is this place? A spatial spirit tool of mine, but it's different from the rest. This spatial spirit tool is not only terrifyingly large, but also can accommodate living things, Ling Han said with a smile. That's a true treasure. Feng Piyun nodded as he said it. Such a treasure, even he had never heard of one. However, he didn't reveal a covetous look. After all, reaching his heights, he already had absolute confidence, and for him, this treasure could only make his life a little more convenient. Of course, this was also because he didn't know Black Tower's true uses. Ling Han said, Big brother, I also have some important things to tell you. It's of great importance, and only here can be guaranteed to be absolutely safe. Feng Piyun was shocked. He and Ling Han hadn't known each other for long, but he understood Ling Han's personality extremely well, knowing that Ling Han definitely wouldn't speak without thinking and intentionally speak alarmingly. He nodded and said, Inside that ancient mineshaft in the desolate north, I encountered that great silver spider and had a fight with it. I wasn't its match. Ling Han had long speculated that the great spider should be in existence at the 18-eyed Corpse King level, but after actually hearing Feng Piyun's confirmation, he still felt strongly shocked, and said, That great spider is really that formidable? Very formidable. Feng Piyun said sternly. It probably reached shattering void tier's extreme. No matter its body or origin power, both can't advance the slightest bit further. It hasn't crossed into God tier? Ling Han asked. No. Feng Piyun said with extreme certainty. Or else, it would inevitably be repelled by this realm. It's a true living spirit, and this world can't accommodate God tier living spirits. Then, did Big Brother go into the depths of the ancient mineshaft? Ling Han asked. The solemn expression on Feng Piyun's face was even more intense as he said, When I fought against the great spider, I deliberately went underground. Deep underground, I discovered a giant mausoleum that buried at least 100 elites no inferior to me. Ling Han was first startled, but immediately realized something was wrong, and said, In death, people's Tao disappear, and in life, even if they were the same level in life as Big Brother, after death all returns to dust. No matter how powerful skeletal remains are, they couldn't possibly compare to Big Brother. Feng Piyun nodded and said, The strange thing lies here. Although these people are dead, I saw surging chi of death, as if they weren't dead, but rather turned into some sort of living spirit of the underworld, and each one was no weaker than me. According to my observations, this should be a great ancient sect 100 millennia from today. This was a shattering void tier elite's inference. Ling Han obviously wouldn't doubt it, but more so felt shocked. Living spirits of the underworld? Dead spirits? Corpse soldiers. However, that definitely couldn't be corpse soldiers, Or else Feng Piyun would have directly said corpse soldiers. Standing at his level, could he possibly not know of the existence of Thousand Corpse Sect and corpse soldiers? Apparently, the two were different, which was why Feng Piyun said living spirits of the underworld, and not corpse soldiers. Ling Han had a headache. Hundreds of shattering void tier elites. The vast lands were more and more lively. Younger brother, what do you want to tell me? Feng Piyun asked. Ling Han thought shortly and said, it's concerning the reason why Big Brother can't break open the void and enter God realm. Feng Piyun was instantly moved. Ling Han began to speak, obviously talking about the scheme of the 5 sects in the divine realm, and at last added, if the elites of this realm ascend to the divine realm, there should be a designated place where the 2 realms meet where the 5 sects in the divine realm lay a killing formation. Entering there, obviously would only be death and no life. Even the 5 great sects wouldn't directly ascend, and instead enter the divine realm through a special passageway every 10 millennia. He found out all these things from the messages left by Xueqi. Feng Piyun finally came to understand. No wonder every time he wanted to shatter the void, he would always feel as if he was faced with imminent disaster. So that was why. He couldn't help but sneer and said, the 5 great sects have truly great methods, deceiving the people generation after generation. Ling Han suddenly discovered a problem and said, for the vast lands, 10 millennia came from a decline to flourishing, but for the 5 great sects, they should have methods to constantly maintain prosperity. Then generation after generation, where did the shattering void tier elites that emerged go? They couldn't ascend, and that special passageway only opened once every 10 millennia, sending up large amounts of elites and geniuses from the vast lands. Could these shattering void tier elites have been willing to rot away in this realm? Thinking about it, it was impossible. Feng Piyun revealed a grave expression and said, I've once heard of an extremely special substance that can seal living spirits as if they were hibernating, stopping the loss of qi and blood, with the sealed beings not changing a bit even in 10 millennia. The two looked at each other. Could generation after generation of elites of the 5 great sects have been sealed this way, and come into the world after 10 millennia, first to help suppress formidable foes, and then enter the divine realm together? Then over 10 millennia, how many shattering void tiers would the 5 great sects have? Even if one appeared every 500 years, then there would be 20 in 10 millennia, and the 5 great sects would have 100. Too terrifying, 100 shattering void tiers. After seeing Nalan Tianhuang's great army, Ling Han thought Ma Duobao had extremely great chances of winning, but thinking about it now, if the 5 great sects were to awaken all the shattering void tier elites from over 10 millennia, then their strength would be indescribably powerful. However, such substances should be extremely rare. Would there be that much? Ling Han thought as optimistically as possible. Feng Piyun, however, shook his head and said, since the 5 sects come from the divine realm, then they can obviously receive replenishment form there. Such substances are rare for us here, but in the divine realm, it might be very common. Ling Han pondered, and nodded his head slowly. If it weren't so, why would the people of the 5 great sects be willing to descend? Wouldn't it be equivalent to suicide? However, being able to be sealed was a different matter. It would be equivalent to sleeping a long time and waking back up in the God realm. The only way is to split open the skies, the two of them said. But to split open the skies, wasn't it easier said than done? Not to mention the difficulty of splitting open the skies, it had to be done before the 5 sects in the divine realm launched a massive invasion, or else if gods intervene, even a single attack could cause irreversible and unpredictable outcome. Moreover, the 5 sects' deep roots were despairingly powerful, and to establish a united country, they were the first stage that had to be passed. Let's find Ma Duobao first. The two of them reached a consensus. Chapter 690. A Red-Haired Beauty. Reverie _ Henyi. Ling Han was very impressed with this big brother of his, and also wanted to do all he could to make Feng Piyun stronger, but unfortunately, mystical powers couldn't be passed down by mouth. Unless he greatly mastered a mystical power and attained a great tier, he wouldn't be able to pass it down without sufficient mighty prowess. Other than the mystical power, Feng Piyun, as a shattering void tier elite, really didn't care about heaven-grade arts and techniques. He'd already forged his own path, and would soon reach the pinnacle of humanity, and no arts would have much referential meaning for him. However, Ling Han still gave Feng Peyun some spiritual liquid that wasn't diluted. It was truly very little, only a small pill bottle, yet it was all that Ling Han had left. It didn't matter. With Heaven Transformation Bowl, Ling Han now could infinitely extract spirit medicine essence and refine medicinal power till it reached the level he needed. Feng Peyun opened the bottle to take a sniff. He couldn't help but be moved and said, "This treasured liquid is extremely amazing. Even I can at most refine one drop at a time, or there'd be big trouble. However, the energy's pure and is of great benefit to me. Hee, younger brother. Thank you." It was so even for a shattering void tear. It was clear that the treasured liquid was of great level. Ling Han spoke about the trip to 12 Heaven Mystery Realm and the red-haired monster trapped inside the Divine Temple. Even Feng Peyun shook his head and said, "This world's really getting livelier." His eyes lit up, gleaming with endless fighting spirit. After his lover's death, he only had sword path left, and he now just about reached the pinnacle of martial arts, walking to the end, where there'd be almost no opponents in the world. But now, powerful beings emerged in large numbers, which also gave him a new direction. Fighting all the elites in the world and refining himself to the limit. Ling Han, Fan Peyun, Zhu Xian'er, and Hu Niu, the four of them, set out towards the Purple Moon Empire. After more than 10 days, they'd finally arrived. Their destination was an ancient city, but no more so than at most 10 millennia. Every 10 millennia, the world would undergo a great change, clearing everything, toppling everything, and everything would be rebuilt. Since they'd already arrived, they weren't in a rush anymore, and found a restaurant first, ordering fine wine and dishes to snack on. From the moment they entered, they became everyone's center of focus. The reason was simple. Zhu Xian'er reverted to her original appearance. Her unparalleled looks obviously made everyone involuntarily look towards her, one glance after another. Tisk, tsk, such a beautiful little girl. From a table, the sound of praise could be heard. There were many people staring at Zhu Xian'er, each and every one of them unable to take their eyes off, but there was only this person that actually spoke something. Although those words were somewhat philanderous, Ling Han and the others couldn't seem to get angry, because the other person was a girl. She was also a great beauty, her red hair like clouds, her red lips like fire, her figure tall and slender, and even whilst sitting, she was taller than most people by half a head. She was amazingly beautiful. It was truly strange. Usually, with such a beauty sitting there, everyone should have seen her, but why was it like she hadn't been there earlier? Truly strange. Especially since red hair was very rarely seen. Seeing the four of them look over, the red-haired beauty smiled sweetly and said, "Little girl, let sister have a hug." She was saying it to Hu Niu. Hu Niu was proud and lovable as she said, "Your tastes aren't bad. Niu indeed is a little beauty, and will be a big beauty in the future. But, Niu doesn't want your hug. You're too ugly." "This lady is ugly?" The red-haired beauty immediately couldn't accept it, and stood up abruptly. Her splendid figure fully apparent, and her ample breasts stood loftily, round and full. Her waist was thin like a bee's, and her buttocks perked high up, forming a beautiful curve. She put one hand on her waist and twisted her butt to show a surprising curvature, then propped it with her hand, and said, "Tell me, where is this lady ugly?" "Ugly everywhere. Too fat here." Hu Niu pointed at the red-haired beauty's butt, and then pointed at her waist. "Too thin here." Then moving to the butt she added, "Butt's too big." Quite a few people already started laughing. What Hu Niu said about fat, thin and large, were, as it happened, what men liked the most. Hu Niu didn't understand, precisely because she was still young. The red-haired girl also revealed a self-satisfied smile and said, "Little girl, you're quite amusing, why not be this lady's disciple?" No. Hu Niu shook her head like a rattledrum. "But this lady insists." The red-haired beauty giggled with the charm of turning all living things head over heels, making all the men inside the tavern swallow their saliva involuntarily as they felt a heat rise within their body and an intense urge. Hu Niu made a face at her and ignored her. The red-haired beauty was unwilling to give up and shook her head slightly. A strand of hair was flung out, wrapping around Hu Niu. With this move, Feng Peyun's expression changed immediately, and he blocked with his hand in a hurry, sword chi ablaze. "Pa!" This strand of hair immediately bounced back. Terrifyingly, having endured Feng Peyun's sword intent, This strand of hair actually didn't break as if it was a fully formed blood-sucking origin gold, reaching the level of 10th tier rare metal. Hiss! Ling Han couldn't help but be shocked. This girl who looked sweet and charming, could she also be a shattering void tier elite? The red-haired girl glared at Feng Piyun with a shred of discontent and a warning, and said, "The brat that plays with swords, don't poke your nose in other people's business." She actually dared call Feng Piyun a brat. Feng Piyun stared at the other and said seriously, "Who is your excellency?" The red-haired beauty giggled and said, "Your guess?" "Beauty, don't be so mischievous. How about we all get to know each other?" Ling Han said with a smile. "Tisk, TSK, glib-tongued, looks just like the dissolute type. This lady doesn't like your type." The red-haired beauty smiled sweetly and said, "All right, this lady will tell you guys her name. Listen well, this lady is Yi, and her bestowed name is Xuang. Yi Xuang? Ling Han said. "Was there such a surname?" "Whatever you guys want to call me." The red-haired beauty smiled sweetly. "This little girl, this lady's taken a liking to her and plans to take her as a disciple. As for you, hee, this lady smells that a fine treasure is hidden on you. Hurry up and take it out." "Quit dreaming." Hunyeo stuck her tongue out at Yi Xuang. Ling Han, however, said smilingly, "Might I ask which force Lord Yi belongs to? The 5 great sects? The 1,000 Corpse Sect? Or the Purple Moon Empire?" Yi Xuang smiled bewitchingly and said, "Young one trying to worm facts out of this lady? You're still too inexperienced. For the sake of this sword-playing brat, this lady won't kill you, but you have to obediently hand over all the treasures. Want my younger brother's things? Fine, defeat me first." Feng Piyun stood up, his battle intent blazing. "Sigh, this lady hates fighting and killing the most." Yi Xuang shook her head. "How about, you persuade your younger brother to cooperate obediently, and everyone can separate ways peacefully? Come out and fight." Feng Piyun obviously wouldn't agree. On someone else's turf, this lady still decides to be a bit more low-key. Forget it this time. This lady still doesn't want to go against that damned fatty for now. Yi Xuang sat down quietly, and had no intention of attacking. Chapter 691. Pallbearing. Reverie _ Henyi. This Yi Xuang was somewhat hard to understand, but her strength was definitely unfathomable, so Ling Han and the others didn't want to rashly start a battle against her. An elite of this level was too terrifying. The two sides continued to eat, but the other people in the tavern didn't dare take casual glances anymore as it was highly likely they'd lose their lives. Although beauties were great, obviously no one was willing to lose their life for taking a few glances. Hunyeo was in a bad mood, and stared at Yi Xuang with her clear and sharp eyes while eating. Her mouth pouted high up, appearing quite ferocious. Yi Xuang didn't mind it at all, and swept glances at Ling Han and Hunyeo from time to time, evidently quite interested in the two. Ling Han felt it strange. Where exactly did he see this elite? She clearly seemed to have already seen him before, yet he had no impression of her at all. Moreover, since she coveted the treasures on him, why didn't she attack before? Did she have to wait till now that a shattering void tier expert was by his side? The atmosphere seemed somewhat cold and no one spoke anymore, simply immersing in eating. However, in a short while, clamor could be heard outside. Ling Han and the others obviously wouldn't care about normal matters, but they soon revealed shocked expressions because the commotion was really too big, and they couldn't help looking out the window one after another. A team of 1,000 people walked slowly on the long street, apparently escorting something. In the middle of the team was a giant imperial carriage, but the porters were exactly this team. This imperial carriage was truly gigantic, even surpassing the street itself, so this team was also responsible for dismantling and bulldozing the houses along the way, allowing the imperial carriage to pass smoothly. This imperial carriage had a Purple Moon Empire flag stuck on it, fluttering in the wind and appearing grand and imposing. Someone who was especially responsible for dealing with the aftermath said, "Masters of the houses, please follow me immediately to the Imperial Palace to receive compensation. Compensation is based on 3 times the value of the house. We definitely won't mistreat everyone." Once those words were said, the house owners whose houses had been dismantled were all overjoyed. praising Fatima one after another. Feng Peyun's focused his gaze and stared at the imperial carriage. "Let's follow it and check it out," he immediately said. "What's there to look at? It's only a junior who's been sealed for many years." Yi Shuang interrupted, staring at Hunyao. "Little girl, hurry up and acknowledge me as your master." She still thought of it constantly. "Pa!" Hunyao stuck out her small tongue, made a face, and then hid behind Ling Han's back. "Little girl, one day, you'll obediently call me master." Yi Shuang smiled mischievously, seeming to quite certain. Ling Han and Zhu Xian'er caught up to Feng Peyun and followed along the imperial carriage. Dismantling houses along its path, the imperial carriage was heading towards the imperial palace. "Big brother, did you discover something?" Ling Han asked. Feng Peyun pointed at the imperial carriage and said, "I discovered a strong presence inside, but it also seems not to exist at all. It's extremely strange." Being able to make Feng Peyun say powerful, it was definitely truly powerful. Ling Han thought shortly and said, "Could it be Fatima inside?" Ma Duo Bao was unfathomable, fitting Feng Peyun's contradictory statement of powerful and non-existent. When the imperial carriage arrived at the imperial palace gates, it finally stopped. Ling Han and the others stood and watched on a tall building, and in a short while, a fragrant breeze came by. Yi Shuang also appeared, her red hair fluttering in the breeze, charming like a rose, extremely stunning. "Beauty, can't you stay a little further away from us?" Ling Han said. "This lady likes it. Can you control me?" Yi Shuang stretched, and her ample and impressive physique was instantly fully displayed with this movement, especially those surging breasts, looking as if they were about to jump out, making those who watched blush. "Ugly monster," Hunyao said resentfully. Fatima came out. Ling Han was astounded, saw Ma Duo Bao walk out from the imperial palace. This meant that the person inside the imperial carriage wasn't the fatso. The Fatima now was different from before. He wore a dragon robe and a flat-top crown, and was unexpectedly filled with grandeur. However, when matched with his perfectly round belly, this emperor's imposing presence instantly reduced drastically. Behind Ma Duo Bao was a large group of civil and military officials. Ma Duo Bao took a glance at where Ling Han and the others stood and revealed a smile, clearly having discovered them, but he didn't react, and said in a loud voice, "Welcome the Lunar King." "Welcome the Lunar King!" The officials all shouted loudly. The imperial carriage opened, and what came out wasn't a person, but a casket. It was a half-transparent jade casket, and a girl in a red dress that lay inside could be indistinctly seen, but her appearance couldn't be clearly seen at all. Ling Han felt it somewhat strange. Ma Duo Bao brought out the military officials to greet a dead person? No, Feng Peyun said he'd felt a powerful presence, so that person inside the casket probably wasn't dead, but also seemed non-existent. Was it because she lay inside the casket? Ma Duo Bao walked over and said in a deep voice, "Open the casket." This was a little terrifying. "Were you guys grave robbers?" There were 4 old men wearing top hats, which were entirely white, and who kept a long beard, looking as if they were some sort of special priest. They surrounded the jade casket and reached out one another, aiming hand seals at the jade casket. As they moved, flashes of light entered the jade casket, and vein-like patterns immediately lit up on the body of the casket. The entire casket became brighter and brighter, and more transparent. Ling Han could clearly see that a girl indeed lay inside the casket. She looked at most around 20 years old and her eyes were tightly shut, just as if she was sleeping. She was stunningly beautiful, her red lips like fire, her black hair like ink, and her skin pure white, forming an intense contrast. However, the casket seemed to be filled with some sort of liquid that kept flowing as if it had life, appearing extremely eerie. After a long while, Ling Han also felt a powerful presence emitting from within the casket, but it immediately disappeared again. He was astounded. If martial artists didn't intentionally suppress it, they would emit powerful aura all the time, but if she were to suppress it, then no aura should be emitted at all. However, under normal conditions, it should be felt constantly. Too strange. After the 4 priests made hand seals for a while, the entire jade casket was filled with glowing vein-like patterns, stunningly resplendent. Ma Duo Bao walked forward and said again, "Welcome the Lunar King." "Welcome the Lunar King." the military officials also shouted once again. The 4 priests lifted the casket lid, and a substance, hard to capture by the naked eye, surged out from within it as if water evaporated into vapor, disappearing rapidly. The casket lid opened and was placed to the side. The person in the casket opened both eyes. Chapter 692. Lunar King. Reverie _ Henyi. Ling Han instinctively felt an intense chill well up, feeling only pins and needles. With his eyesight, he could discern that the jade casket was definitely an antique buried underground for countless years, and he could even see the dirt that hadn't been cleaned off and was at least several tens of millennia old. The casket was constantly sealed until the moment it opened earlier. Only then did the mysterious substance flow out. In other words, the person in the casket should have been buried for the same amount of time as the casket. Tens of millennia. This girl died countless times, but now she actually opened her eyes. Could this not make one feel pins and needles? It's this substance that can seal the body's life force, without a shred of it spilling over, Feng Piyun said, his gaze burning bright. Ling Han came to a realization. No wonder someone buried for tens of millennia would suddenly open their eyes. That explained it. Wrong. Not without a shred of spillover. Yi Shuang shook her head. That's called time liquid, and it indeed can be used to seal living creatures, allowing the living creature's passing of time to be slowed extremely and live out a very long time relative to its limited lifespan. However, it only slows the passage of time and doesn't stop it, so life force is still fading away, just extremely slowly, and depending on the quality of the time liquid, it can be slowed by 100 to 100,000 times. Ling Han and the 3 others were all shocked. Even if it could only slow time by 100 times, then wouldn't a shattering void tier elite be able to live up to 100 millennia? Of course, living like this was no different from a dead person, because the flesh and divine sense would have no sensation. How do you know? Could you also be an old monster like this? Ling Han asked. Old monster? Yi Shuang was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, instantly bursting her fuse and said, Damn brat, do your eyes have problems? Where is this lady old? Look at this skin, how fine and smooth, and look at these breasts, is there any bit of drooping? And this buttocks, perky and so fine. Hunyo covered her eyes, shaking her head repeatedly and said, Dirty, too dirty, it's affecting Nyo's pure heart. Ling Han came to realize that what Yi Shuang said was right. That was why he could only occasionally feel the aura emitted by the person in casket. It wasn't that the person was intentionally suppressing it, but rather her passing of time was too slow, resulting in the presence she emitted being felt only after a long time. When they were talking, the girl inside the jade casket abruptly stood up and stretched, instantly displaying the curves on her body, filled with alluringness, making the military officials blush, turn their faces or cover their eyes. Immediately, the atmosphere became confusing. Beloved General, Ma Duo Bao said with a smile. The girl in the casket glanced at Ma Duo Bao, revealed an astonished look and said unsurely, My emperor? It is your emperor. Ma Duo Bao nodded. The girl in the casket was taken aback, suddenly bursting into laughter, even tearing up, and kept hitting the edge of the casket. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Your Majesty, how did you become so disgusting? The military officials' expressions were all twisted, resisting the urge to laugh. Ma Duo Bao coughed and said seriously, Isn't this emperor still dignified and imposing, cutting quite the figure? The girl in the casket was still laughing with tears, as if it couldn't be stopped, and after a good while she said, Heavenly Astral King and Earth Overturning King, have they seen your Majesty's look yet? Lunar King, beloved General, give this emperor some face, there are still outsiders here. Ma Duo Bao said. The girl in the casket, Lunar King, jumped out from the casket, glanced towards where Ling Han and the 4 others were, immediately retracting her gaze and muttered, Since your Majesty turned into a damned fatty, then what about this king's appearance? She swiped with her hand and chilling air immediately gathered, forming an ice mirror before her. Ah! She immediately let out a scream, and then burst into a towering rage, shouting, Your Majesty, what did you promise this king? What did I promise? Ma Duo Bao appeared very innocent. You said, when this king reappears again, appearance wouldn't be changed at all. But look, this king is clearly older by 2 years. 2 years. Lunar King looked angry to the point of killing someone. This? Ma Duobao waved his hand and said, this emperor didn't think of it. Slept a little too long, and if it weren't for the earthquake that awakened this emperor first, perhaps this emperor would sleep for several tens of millennia more. Then wouldn't it be possible that this king would have become an old lady when waking up? Lunar King became frantic. You damned fatty, this king will beat you up for daring to make this king age 2 years. She was truly formidable, immediately charging towards Ma Duobao. Hong, the terrifying aura fluctuated, and the entire imperial city became extremely chilly. Snowflakes fluttered in the sky, and with a close look, every snowflake was branded with martial intent, with vein-like patterns glowing on it. If these snowflakes blew onto people, even heaven-tier elites were guaranteed to die. Lunar King, you're crazy! Ma Duobao hurriedly extended his hand towards the sky and made the snowflakes flow in reverse, or else if the snowflakes landed on the ground, living beings would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. You don't know that girls go crazy easily? Lunar King roared angrily. Give this king back her youth. She struck violently, and the might of a shattering void tear fully unleashed was shockingly terrifying. 9th layer of the shattering void tear. Feng Peiyun said in a low voice, appearing extremely serious. This was the pinnacle of martial arts in the vast lands and the pinnacle of humanity, and surpassing this tier, one could either suppress it or be ejected from the realm. Ma Duobao only defended and didn't attack. Each move and style was powerful and momentous, showing the royal presence of an emperor. All right, Lunar King, there are guests. He tried to exhort her. Lunar King wasn't willing to stop and said, unless you let this king kick your fat face twice, this king won't stop her anger. Ma Duobao smiled embarrassingly, and said, beloved general, this emperor is the master of an empire anyhow, it's not too good doing this, right? Then give back this king her youth. Lunar King said furiously. You just look 2 years older? Now you're even more beautiful, Ma Duobao shouted. Lunar King immediately stopped fighting and said, this king is even more beautiful? Of course, Ma Duobao said seriously, and then turned to say to the military officials, all my beloved subjects, isn't Lunar King more beautiful? Yes. The military officials nodded their heads hurriedly one after another. Lunar King looked at herself in the mirror for a while again, and said smilingly, this king also thinks herself more beautiful. Ma Duobao let out a sigh of relief. This stage was passed at last. He looked towards Ling Han, waved his hand and said, Tanned brother, since you've come, why not get together? Ling Han looked towards Feng Peiyun, who nodded his head. They'd originally decided to meet with Ma Duobao anyway. The 4 of them leapt down, while Yi Shuang also jumped down like she wasn't a stranger and walked along with them. Fatty Ma. He respects to your majesty. Ling Han cupped his hands in obeisance. Stop it, you aren't subjects of my empire, no need to be overly courteous, Ma Duobao said with a smile. His gaze stopped shortly on Feng Peiyun, but was fixed on Yi Shuang. His dragon robe swayed, vein-like patterns glowed, as he seemed about to attack. Chapter 693. Swarm of Monsters. Reverie _ Henyi. Your Majesty, allow this king. Lunar King rushed forth. Although your Majesty turned into a damned fatty, your Majesty is still my emperor after all, so how could this king allow your Majesty to personally attack? Beloved General. Ma Duobao couldn't help but be moved. This king hates the most women that are both beautiful and strong. Lunar King went on. The corner of Ma Duobao's mouth twitched. Beloved General, it would be fine if you just consoled this emperor, but why must you lay it bare? Yi Shuang giggled and said, although this lady considers herself the #1 beauty in the world, compared to this girl, I'm way far off. Aren't you targeting the wrong person? She pointed at Zhu Xian'er. Lunar King looked at Zhu Xian'er and couldn't help but be stunned, and said, Your Majesty, this girl is exceedingly beautiful, why not take her as the empress? This is Tan Brother's wife, how could this emperor seize someone else's fancy? Ma Duobao said with a smile. He looked at Yi Shuang and said, You have a scent that doesn't belong to this world. TSK, the big fatty is not simple as expected. Yi Shuang didn't deny it, and said, You guys are old antiques buried for several hundred millennia, and this lady's been locked for several hundred millennia, about the same. Damn, all at freakish level. You give this emperor a sense of danger, Ma Duobao said solemnly. This emperor feels that all my strength would be needed to suppress you. Lunar King was shocked, since she knew just how powerful her emperor's strength was. Yi Shuang waved her hand in a rush and said, Don't, this lady has no ambitions and no ill intent, just strolling casually, harmless to anyone. No need to care about this lady. Oh? Ling Han rolled his eyes. Hee hee. Yi Shuang laughed dryly. You're an exception. Come, tanned brother, drink with this emperor. This emperor believes you should have many questions, Ma Duobao said with a smile. Everyone entered the imperial palace. Ma Duobao ordered people to set up a feast in the middle of the imperial garden. He sat in the host's seat, and then seated Feng Peyun, Ling Han and the others from there, while Lunar King sat at the last seat. Tanned brother, what do you have to ask this emperor? Ling Han thought shortly, and said, What period are you guys from exactly? Hee hee, this'll be kept a secret for the time being. Ma Duobao shook his head. When this emperor's 8 kings all come into the world and unify the world, you'll realize naturally. Feng Peyun interrupted, When I was in the desolate north, I encountered a silver-colored great spider that reached the strongest level of this world, and its battle prowess is possibly nearing god level. Oh? Ma Duobao's eyes lit up. This emperor just so happens to be missing a mount. Ha ha ha, a damned fatty riding a spider, that scene would definitely be funny. Lunar King immediately pulled the rug out. That large spider oversees an ancient land, the bottom of which is an ancient mausoleum buried with at least several hundred shattering void tears that are dead but not extinguished, as if they turned into some sort of dead spirit, Feng Peyun continued. Ma Duobao instantly revealed a cautious look and began to ponder. Lunar King's beautiful eyes turned as she said, Your Majesty, could these people have cultivated the underworld's mystic arts to become gods as corpses? Extremely possible. Ma Duobao nodded. This is somewhat troublesome. What's to become gods as corpses? Ling Han asked. In this world, one can't become a god anymore, or else there'd be great calamity. Ma Duobao looked towards Feng Peyun. Brother Feng should have sensed it long ago, right? That's right. Feng Peyun nodded. There's a killing formation laid by the divine realm, not allowing mortals to become gods. Ma Duobao appeared somewhat shocked, and said, Never expected you guys to already know so many secrets. He paused momentarily, and then went on, But some people take another path since they can't enter this divine realm. Why not enter another divine realm? What? Ling Han and Feng Peyun both cried out, and only Yi Shuang didn't find it strange at all, just as if she already knew. Another divine realm, normally called the underworld. Ma Duobao said. That's a country of dead spirits, the opposite of life, the other side of a mirror. 2 divine realms are of the same level, but according to the information that this emperor received, the 2 divine realms are constantly fighting, both trying to devour the other side. Ling Han and Feng Peyun were both speechless, slowly accepting this shocking information. This emperor doesn't understand much about either of the 2 divine realms, but after crossing over Shattering Void Tier and Shattering the Void, martial artists enter the divine realm in the traditional sense, and only the body of dead spirits will enter the underworld, Ma Duobao continued. Then those people in the mausoleum should have utilized the Een Meridian Underground to turn their bodies into the body of dead spirits so as to enter the underworld. Ma Duobao frowned, and said, When the underworld and this realm connect, there will definitely be underworld chi that enters this realm. This is complete disaster for normal living spirits. An extremely terrifying thing. Ling Han also sighed. Now that would be really troublesome. He pondered and said, Your Majesty's split, he cut towards the sky and said, Could you explain the specifics? Ma Duobao laughed and said, Then let's call it cut cake. He contemplated shortly and said, Cut cake is not only a great responsibility, but also a great fortune. Fortune? Ling Han echoed. 1 is life, 2nd is fortune, 3rd is geomancy, Ma Duobao said. Life is in natal horoscope. Destined at birth. This is what the heavens have arranged for you, and you can never escape what's destined. Just like some people can be emperors and some people can't, it's precisely for not having sufficient natal horoscope that they can't sit in this position. He looked at Ling Han and said, "But, Tand brother, your natal horoscope is extremely strange, just as if someone defied the heavens and changed your life, not belonging to this world. The heavens can't control you." No wonder this lady felt this brat a little strange, so that explains it. Yi Shuang hit the table abruptly, jolting the bowls and chopsticks. "Haha, are you not a person of this realm? Birthed in this realm, one would be influenced by this world's heaven and earth, and one's natal horoscope would be decided by the heavens. And who knew, her natal horoscope is unfathomable, and destiny undetermined," Ma Duobao continued. "You two seem to have jumped out of the river of heaven and earth and are no longer the fish within it, no longer influenced by this world. However, a realm has its rules." Ma Duobao brought the topic back. A realm exists for its own reason. Just like if you forged a sword, if you wanted to destroy it, you might be hurt by the blade instead. Not to mention, this world's heaven and earth form their own rules, and naturally wouldn't be willingly destroyed. So to cut cake, one must make an enemy of heaven and earth. But if cutting the cake can truly succeed, then this realm would rise into a higher level. This is an enormous deed and the so-called fortune. At that time, with fortune's blessing, the one who cuts cake will undergo an earth-shaking transformation, even possibly surpassing divine horoscopes by several times. Ling Han was curious and inquired, "Then what's the deal with power of the nation? Where the common people's aspirations are, all endeavors will be successful, and against the hearts of the common people, all endeavors will fail," Ma Duobao said with a smile. "After establishing a country, there will be common aspirations of the people, and these aspirations are a type of faith, and also a type of power. With everyone supporting you, you will receive the blessing of the power of the nation and possess several times, even 10 or 700 times, the power surpassing your own as long as you can endure it. If you lose their support, the power of the nation would have the opposite effect, and encumber your strength." Chapter 694. Su Xiao comes out to travel the world. Reverie _ Hen Yi. Power of the nation. A double-edged sword. If you govern a country so that it was peaceful and prosperous, the power of the nation would be positive energy, allowing your strength to skyrocket. However, if you were a tyrant that incited seething dissent of the people, the power of the nation would be negative energy, not only unable to bring about supplemental effects, but also bringing about a decrease in strength instead. So, the 5 great sects didn't use the power of the nation despite knowing its benefits, because when refining the realm pill, people would obviously be in dissension and disunity, which would cause a terrifying end, directly affecting the quality of the realm pill. "Tand brother, now do you wish to give this emperor a hand?" Ma Duobao said, full of smiles and somewhat anticipating the answer. Those who jumped out of the river of destiny were too rarely seen, and there was also 2 of them, just as if by some mysterious and inexorable arrangement. Ling Han contemplated and said, "I'm still going back to the Restore Heaven Academy to strive to get more people to separate from under the control of the 5 great sects, and when the time is ripe, I'll bring them to the Purple Moon Empire." "Good." Ma Duobao clapped and laughed loudly, appearing extremely happy. "Then this emperor will bestow you the title of the 9th king." "Don't." Ling Han waved his hand hurriedly. "I've no interest, and want to worship a fatty like you even less. It's better to just be a wild crane with no abode, free and unrestrained." Lunar King giggled, looked at Ling Han and said, "This king likes people like you. I don't allow you to like Nyo's Ling Han." Who Nyo was tight, immediately hugging Ling Han and glaring at Lunar King. "Everyone, for everyone's future, please lend this emperor a hand," Ma Duobao said solemnly. Feng Peyun and Ling Han both nodded, while Yi Shuang yawned, appearing unenthused and uninterested. "Your Majesty, with the 5 great sects accumulation over 10 millennia, shattering void tier elites would be in the hundreds. Are there any countermeasures?" Ling Han asked. Ma Duobao appeared full of confidence, and said, "Among this emperor's 8 kings, each can rival 10 alone. This emperor has no worries in this aspect. If there are 2 things that need worrying about, one is when the divine realm will act, and the second is those people that cultivated the underworld's mystic art. The 1,000 Corpse sect also can't be underestimated," Ling Han said. "No matter, without over 10 millennia of accumulation, the 1,000 Corpse sect can only be said to be ordinary." Ma Duobao didn't care at all. Come, drink. Everyone drank wine, and no longer spoke about splitting open the sky. Ling Han asked Small Tower on the inside, "My natal horoscope had been changed, was that your tampering?" "There was no need for me to tamper with it. You're a fusion of two souls, so the natal horoscope would naturally change," Small Tower said insipidly. "Moreover, this world's rules aren't complete, and to change natal horoscope is easy as turning a palm. No need to be surprised." "Not being surprised would be strange. There are many secrets you haven't told me, right?" Ling Han suddenly said. Small Tower was silent momentarily and said, "When you need to know, you'll naturally be told." Damn, this spirit tool was hiding things as expected. Ling Han had no other way. Although he was Black Tower's master, he still had to receive the support of Small Tower, or else he could only watch helplessly. This divine tool evidently didn't acknowledge him completely, and strictly speaking, he was now only borrowing it. "You're a great tool bullying its master. How treacherous and insubordinate." Hee. Small Tower gave him face and at least laughed, but no longer paid attention to him. Ling Han and Ma Duo Bao talked for a long while. He told Ma Duo Bao about the things he'd found out from Xueqi, and Ma Duo Bao also wasn't stingy in sharing some things crucial to splitting the skies and utilizing the power of the nation. Afterwards, Lunar King also led an army into battle, speeding up Purple Moon Empire's expansion's pace. This empire had conferred 8 powerful kings in the distant past, and 4 had already been found, while the other 4 were buried who knew where underground. Since too much time had passed, just like how Ling Han couldn't find Boundless Mountain, Ma Duo Bao finding his 8 kings also wasn't an easy thing. More importantly, it wasn't just 10 millennia since the 8 kings were buried, and the lay of the land had changed. Even if the burial locations at the time were found, the people might not even be discovered. Or, perhaps they were buried several hundred miles into the ground due to earthquakes. Ling Han set out along with Lunar King, and when he arrived at Purple Moon Empire's border, he then turned to travel towards the Restore Heaven Academy. Yi Shuang and Feng Peiyun fought a battle while Ling Han took advantage of it to slip away. However, this female devil probably wouldn't give up. Purple Moon Empire's 3 kings were invincible in their path, and already took down about 1/10 of Middle States area. In terms of territory alone, the Purple Moon Empire was entirely deserving of the #1 force. But in the world of martial arts, strong or not was not based on territory, but rather the amount and quality of elites. The 5 great sects' resistance also grew stronger. Heavenly Astral King's advancement's pace was already greatly affected, and now a great deal of time and a big price needed to be paid to take down a city. Moreover, it was unstable conquest. When they left after conquest, maybe the next moment the top of the city would change to a different flag. In such an atmosphere, Ling Han returned to the Restore Heaven Academy. When everyone saw Ling Han, everyone pointed their fingers at him, the fierce man who slayed Small Saber King. However, many people's gazes weren't filled with reverence, but rather rejoicing at someone's misfortune. When Ling Han saw Li Big Mouth, he finally knew why. Su Xiao came out to travel the world. He still hadn't arrived at the Restore Heaven Academy, and was toughening himself along the way, challenging various reputable figures, amongst which was no lack of deity transformation tier elites, but all were cut down with a single saber strike of his without any exception. And this person's cultivation was shockingly still at the spiritual infant tier. Another freak had appeared. Comparatively, Small Saber King was indeed very far off from him. Su Xiao already had spoken that the moment he arrived at Restore Heaven Academy, it would be the day that Ling Han was beheaded. Now the 5 great sect's disciples were all longing for Su Xiao to arrive to slay Ling Han so as to re-establish the 5 great sect's prestige. Hearing this, Ling Han simply smiled faintly. He was now open-minded, and the things he thought of were no longer about striving to prevail over others, but rather about the entire world, so how could he care about a mere Su Xiao? However, this didn't mean that Ling Han would let down his guard. He was simply too confident in himself, and in a fight on the same tier, how could he lose to anyone? At this moment, a surprising piece of news spread from the front lines. The Purple Moon Empire and the 5 great sects' fierce battle shattered a fragment of heaven and earth, revealing the entrance to a historic site. Now the 2 armies temporarily decided on an armistice, dispatching experts into the historic site to search for the treasures inside. Being able to make 2 completely incompatible forces lay down their weapons and enter a historic site to find treasures What amazing treasures could be hidden inside? After the news spread, Restore Heaven Academy students set out one after another towards the historic site. Things like opportunities were of unrelated to strength, but hinged on one's personal fortune. Ling Han obviously also departed. As his tier became higher and higher, his need for worldly treasures was also greater and greater. The improvement of the indestructible Heaven Scroll and the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art needed vast amounts of worldly treasures to support. True treasured pills had to be refined, and he also needed even higher-ranking ingredients, which was what was lacking in the Black Tower at the moment. Chapter 695. Counting Geniuses. Reverie _ Henyi. Say, brother-in-law, you'd better be careful. Su Xiaoren also changed route to the Mystery Realm, and he let out word that he'd handle you. You'd best slow down a few days before moving. Li Fengyu soon appeared before Ling Han, and the result of his talking cheap was being glared at by his sister and disliked by Hu Niu and Zhu Xian. Ling Han waved his hand and said, "First of all, I'm not your sister's husband, and second, why should I go around that Su Xiaoran? Are you that unconfident in me?" Li Fengyu raised his fists and said, "No, not unconfident, but when 2 tigers are fighting each other, one will definitely be hurt. I'm just being considerate for you, brother-in-law. Wait till our strength suppresses his in the future, then we'll give that guy a sound thrashing." Ling Han sighed and said, "In the future, don't say that I know a craven and cowardly guy like you." "What, how am I cowardly?" Li Fengyu hurriedly cried out, aggrieved. "At the time of facing Yuan Chenghe, wasn't it I who charged out first?" "All right, a real man doesn't boast about his past glory." "You do have some courage," Ling Han said with a smile. "I truly want to see this Su Xiaoran's strength." In the same tier, he still hadn't encountered a rival, and truly hoped this Su Xiaoran could give him some appetite for a challenge. Li Fengyu couldn't help but be gloomy. He was obviously advising Ling Han not to get into a conflict with Su Xiaoran, so why did it become his fanning flames instead? "Dong Linger and Yao Hui you can't be underestimated either," Zhu Xian said seriously. "These few days, I've asked around about them. Dong Linger is Cloud Phoenix Sect's current generation's most exceptional genius, but acts very low-key. If it weren't for someone trying to harass her when she was out training, drawing out a spiritual infant tier elite who was beheaded by her instead, it's possible that no one would know of her name even now." "Killing a spiritual infant tier?" Ling Han said. "Seemed like nothing rare." "Yes, at the time she was only in the Flower Blossom tier, and that spiritual infant tier warrior was a veteran elite that was already known for over 100 years, and surely already reached the peak stage of the spiritual infant tier," Zhu Xian said seriously. "Another super genius who could battle surpassing tiers, and one who could cross a great tier at that." "And Yao Huiyu? He doesn't seem that freakish, right?" Ling Han said with a smile. "He doesn't indeed, but Heaven Sword Sect's #1 genius isn't Yao Huiyu, but a freak who hasn't stepped out of the sect gates and is rumored to be constantly focused on cultivating in Heaven Sword Sect's sword bathing spring, just like Su Xiaoran," Zhu Xian said. "She didn't have freakish martial arts talent like Hu Niu, but she displayed her powerful charisma and discovered many secrets, helping Ling Han in this way." Ling Han became interested and said, "What's his name?" "Zhang Mo. People call him Small Sword Emperor," Zhu Xian said. Small Sword Emperor. Ling Han was slightly shocked. Being able to be called Small Sword Emperor was a rare honor. 10 millennia ago, there was a Sword Emperor who indeed was an exceptional genius, comprehending the Sword Heart at the Heaven tier. While according to Feng Piyun's statement, Sword Heart could only be formed at the Shattering Void tier. Of course, there were also exceptions. For example, Ling Han's teacher at Huyang Academy who was called the Great Good-for-Nothing had never experienced the 2 stages of Sword Chi and Sword Ray, but was 1 step away from Sword Heart. Apparently, Sword Emperor was also an exception, and grasped the Sword Heart at the Heaven tier, and possibly even earlier, having extremely shocking talent. The Heaven Sword Sect was also had numerous talents. Yao Huiyu claimed to be the world's 2nd best sword, while Zhang Mo was the Small Sword Emperor. He hadn't seen Zhang Mo yet, but Yao Huiyu was indeed exceptionally talented. If Zhang Mo was more freakish than him, then Zhang Mo would be a formidable adversary. The Heaven Sword Sect, the Absolute Saber Sect, and the Cloud Phoenix Sect all have superb disciples. It's best to believe that the Earth Dragon Sect and the Azure Thunder Sect also have them. The time of settling accounts after 10 millennia is about to arrive, and martial arts also welcomed a great era of prosperity, with geniuses appearing in large numbers, Ling Han said. As for the Earth Dragon Sect, their super genius is called Jia Ming. He is an extremely bloodthirsty person said to be cultivating in remote mountains, Zhu Xianer said. Ling Han nodded and said, I've heard of this name. Back when Wanren Qian appeared, everyone discussed animatedly, bringing up Jia Ming, whom everyone feared greatly. A person in the Azure Thunder Sect claims to be the son of Thunder, whose true name is unknown, but they are rumored to be more talented than Lang Yitian, Zhu Xianer went on. Ling Han chuckled and said, compared to the 5 great sects' deep roots, these things are all minor. At the period when the martial arts environment was fading, shattering void tier elites could still emerge from the 5 great sects, and those would definitely be ones who were superbly talented. 10 millennia's accumulation on top of the time liquid, their deep roots were unimaginable. No fear, Niu can defeat them all, Hu Niu said in a sweet voice. Everyone laughed, but Ling Han nodded. When Hu Niu reached the shattering void tier, with this little girl's freakishness, she really could sweep the elites of all paths. After more than 10 days, they arrived at Wisp City. This was where the Purple Moon Empire and the 5 great sects stood opposite each other, and both parties fought several fierce battles outside the city. Purple Moon Empire's army was powerful, while the 5 great sects had countless elites and had advantage in individual strength, at last blocking Purple Moon Empire's army here. The Purple Moon Empire still had 4 kings that hadn't been excavated, but the 5 great sects might not have unleashed their true deep-rooted powers. Now, Wisp City still belonged to the 5 great sects, while Purple Moon Empire's army was stationed outside the city. This great army belonged to Flame King, but Flame King and several high-level generals already entered the historic site, where the 5 great sects also had sent large amounts of experts. In the outside world, the 4 kings that came into the world could currently use power of the nation to greatly increase their own battle prowess, but it might not be the case inside the historic site. That wasn't Purple Moon Empire's territory, so power of the nation couldn't come into effect. Ling Han stood on top the city and watched, seeing that the historic site was a great lake. Or rather had once been a great lake, but now it had become a massive pit, unfathomably deep. Purple Moon Empire's great army was stationed 10 miles around the massive pit. Although the king that had kept watch already left, the entire army was still serious and without any signs of disorder. Inside the city were many martial artists from all over the world. They were forming parties at the moment, searching for people with roughly the same strength to enter the historic site together. Those who were too strong couldn't do, since if any treasures were really found, they'd be doing the work, and those who were too weak wouldn't be of any help. Ling Han's group obviously didn't need to form a party. When they arrived at the massive pit, they saw another group of people that just happened to arrive at the same time, headed precisely by the graceful Wanren Qian. It's Brother Ling. Wanren Qian greeted by lowering her stance. Fairy Qian, I'm Li Fengyu, and I've spoken to you 37 times at the academy, and you've responded 3 times. Li Fengyu immediately approached, appearing extremely eager. Wanren Qian simply kept a reserved manner as she was obviously completely uninterested in Li Fengyu, and said, Brother Ling, let's explore the historic site together. All right. Li Fengyu immediately responded, and glanced at Ling Han with a hopeful gaze, pitiful and imploring. Chapter 696. Earth Dragon Sect's Number 1 Genius. Reverie _ Hen Yi. Ling Han shook his head inwardly. Ling Fengyu looked to be delusional as the other party didn't pay attention to him at all. However, he still nodded and said, Okay. Anyway, there were already a few more people, so what was a few more? Wanren Qian smiled sweetly. She was actually also a person of proud disposition, and the suggestion of forming companionship with Ling Han wasn't to curry on Ling Han, but to strongly complement each other, believing that they, the 2 great elites, cooperating should be unstoppably at least amongst the younger generation. Please, Brother Ling. Please, Lady Wanren. The 2 parties were about to land in the massive pit, but Ling Han paused slightly and looked in the distance. There was a person quickly approaching, looking as if a brutish ancient beast wherever his foot trod, the ground would rumble and cracks appear, spreading in all directions. Wanren Qian's delicate face immediately turned gloomy, appearing displeased, and those by her side turned pale as even their bodies involuntarily began to quiver. Jia Ming, someone finally said with a tremble. Pang! When he'd said those words, the person from afar already dashed over and released a punch, the speed of which was surprisingly fast to the point that Ling Han and Wenren Qian couldn't stop it in time. Instantly, the person that had just spoken was sent flying. Bleeding across the skish was actually killed with a single punch. The person from afar stood still. He was a youngster that looked to be at most 21 to 22 years old. His figure extremely big and tall. His upper body was bare, and he only had a beast skin wrapped around his lower body. He was barefoot, and his dark long hair draped over his shoulders, fluttering in the wind, making him appear bold and unconstrained. His entire body was bulky muscles, highly bulging out as if made of rocks. His eyes were like electricity, and a bloody and primitive presence was emitted all over his body, making him look as if a vicious beast. On top of his figure that was a head taller than normal people, he gave people a powerful oppressive feeling. "How dare you to call me by my name, courting death?" this youngster said coldly, his voice chilly as if that of a god of slaughter. Jia Ming, the most talented amongst the younger generation in the Earth Dragon sect. "Jia Ming, you've gone too far." Wenren Qian reprimanded him. One of her own people was beaten, so she had to get back justice for him, or else how could she still qualify to be the leader? Would there still be any underling that followed a boss that couldn't protect another underling? Jia Ming's gaze looked towards Wenren Qian. His beast-like face revealed a smile as he said, Qian, I've finally caught up to you. I'm not too late, right?" He then looked at the others and his face turned gloomy again, his eyes emitting ominous glint as he said, "What are you good for nothing still standing here for? Hurry up and get lost." "Jia Ming, you've killed one of my men." Wenren Qian raised her voice. "Just a good for nothing. I killed him and that's all. Qian, now you have my protection. What do you need these useless people for?" Jia Ming cracked a smile, but he had a naturally vicious countenance, and this smile didn't feel cordial in the least. It was just like a normal person being targeted by a lion when the lion opened its mouth. They definitely wouldn't feel that the lion was expressing its favorable impression, but rather that it was going to eat them. Seeing everyone still standing there, Jia Ming's expression turned gloomy once again as he said, "In 3 breaths, if there's still someone in my field of vision, I'll kill him." Although everyone felt Jia Ming was domineering, what made people more depressed was his extremely formidable strength, and he was also Earth Dragon Sect's most exceptional genius in this generation. Even if there was someone who was stronger than him, would they dare kill him? Wouldn't they fear Earth Dragon Sect's retaliation? Jia Ming could kill people without a care, but they couldn't, inherently standing in an inferior position. Let alone the vast difference in battle prowess, once they attacked, it would be a situation of certain death. They retreated one after another, deciding to leave Wenren Qian, the source of calamity. On one side, Wenren Qian was indeed an exceptional talent amongst the younger generation, and secondly, she was beautiful like a fairy. A man would always have some ideas inside, and before seeing Jia Ming, these geniuses considered themselves extremely highly and assumed they wouldn't lose, thus gathering near her. But now that Jia Ming stood in front of them, they immediately trembled within, not even having the courage to fight. Beauties were good, but no better than their own lives. Besides, Wenren Qian didn't promise them anything, so giving their lives up for this would be too foolish. "Jia Ming," Wenren Qian angrily rebuked, her hands shaking not in fear, but in fury. At the entire scene, only Ling Han's group didn't retreat. Zhu Xian'er and the others were obviously led by Ling Han, and Ling Han didn't retreat, so they obviously also didn't retreat. Although Li Fengyu wanted to run to the side and lay low, Jia Ming's presence was almost palpable, making him feel like he was targeted by a brutish ancient beast. It was too unbearable in a short while, and a layer of cold sweat surfaced on his back. Jia Ming's gaze swept by Ling Han and the others, and when he saw Zhu Xian'er, he couldn't help but pause as his gaze lit up. He pointed over with his finger and said, "This girl also stays, the others all get lost." He looked at Zhu Xian'er, not at all concealing the possessive look in his eyes. He was like a lion king on the grasslands, and all the lioness were his property. Ling Han smiled slightly, and said, "Get lost, the degree of difficulty is a little high. Niu, do you know how to get lost?" "Niu doesn't know." Hunyeo spread out her hands in a gesture. Ling Han looked towards Jiaming again and said, "Look, everyone doesn't know, how about you demonstrate it for us?" Jiaming's gaze finally moved away from Zhu Xian air. He looked at Ling Han and after a while he said, "You're very strong. Should I be overwhelmed with your flattery?" Ling Han said with a smile. "But in the same age segment, no one is my match." Jiaming then said haughtily, appearing full of confidence, "I can take you as a follower. Follow me in the future and you'll have the chance to run in a vaster world." Ling Han picked his ears and said, "How truly arrogant. I'm already quite arrogant, but there's someone more arrogant than me. This makes me feel quite out of sorts. Hunyeo, someone made me feel terrible. What to do? Beat him, torture him, trample him." Hunyeo waved her fists viciously, looking like a small tiger. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "All right, then it's settled." Jia Rong's expression was baleful and cold. As a terrifying aura spread, he was like a roused lion, making people feel chills. He said indifferently, "Rejecting my good intentions will only be courting your own destruction. Brother-in-law, can I go lay low on the side first? I think a chronic problem has broken out. Breathing's a little difficult," Li Fengyu said in a low voice. "Shoo!" Hunyeo threw a kick and sent Li Fengyu flying. "You bring shame to Niu, too useless." Ling Han looked steadily forward, and also said indifferently, "Using what you've said, in the same age segment, no one can jump around in front of me." "Ha ha ha ha." Jiaming laughed loudly, his black hair fluttering wildly. He clenched his fists, his bones letting out crackling sounds as if thunder, making Zhu Xian air and Li Zixian turn pale. His presence was really too powerful. Chapter 697. Clash of Physical Arts. Reverie _ Henyi. Duo. Ling Han roared loudly. Like a blossoming clap of spring thunder, it instantly dispersed Jiaming's oppressive presence. "You must cultivate physical arts, right?" Jiaming said to Ling Han, and without waiting for Ling Han to respond, he then continued on all by himself, "I also cultivate physical arts. Might as well tell you, everyone in the Earth Dragon sect cultivates physical arts. This is what's different about our sect." He paused shortly then went on, "Telling you this is to let you know, if your confidence originates from physical arts, that's an unrealistic delusion. The physical art I cultivate is Earth Dragon chant. After mastering it, one would possess the power of an Earth Dragon, crushing everything." Ling Han couldn't help but laugh and said, "When the world first came to be, tens of thousands of divine beasts evolved, and the strongest divine beast is the true dragon and true phoenix, so what ranks the Earth Dragon? He cultivated 9 dragons tyrant art, and didn't even boast of being able to possess the power of 9 true dragons. You only possess the power of 1 Earth Dragon, so what heck does that even count for? Moreover, it was also because no one mastered it, or else he'd be able to blow Jiaming to the ends of earth with a breath." Jiaming snorted and said, "Everyone assumes the true dragon to be superior, yet they don't know that the Earth Dragon doesn't lose out to the true dragon at all." Ling Han waved his hand and said, "Now you're changing to disputing the divine beast ranks with me?" Jiaming cracked a smile and revealed 2 rows of thick white teeth. The upper 2 canine teeth stuck out like the fangs of a beast, appearing quite shocking. He said, "Of course not, I only want you to know just how powerful the Earth Dragon is. And I possess the powerful Earth Dragon's bloodline, and every other day, my ancestral blood will recover a little, becoming stronger and stronger." Hunyeo suddenly clapped her small hands and shouted in a realization, "Aren't Earth Dragons earthworms?" Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "That's right. We're now listening to a small earthworm brag all the way to the heavens." Everyone smiled, while Hunyeo laughed loudly. She always gave Ling Han the most face. Jiaming reached out with his right hand, with veins pulsating and blood surging with a gurgling sound. Hong! His head full of black hair curled backwards, and blood-red qi erupted from within his body as if something terrifying was about to awaken. Ling Han was slightly shocked. This person's blood surged like thunder, showing his surprising attainments in physical arts. In terms of the level of arts, the 9 dragons tyrant art was definitely higher than the Earth Dragon chant, but before cultivating them to the extremes, it was hard to tell which of the 2 was better. It was just like the extreme of one was 100 and the other was 1000 before reaching 100, the Earth Dragon chant wouldn't be inferior to the Nine Dragons Tyrant art. The difference lay in that the Nine Dragons Tyrant art could allow Ling Han to reach 100 faster. The two were both in the spiritual infant tier, and obviously far from reaching the extreme, so Ling Han definitely couldn't underestimate the other party. Ling Han stepped out from the crowd and also twisted his neck and moved his hands and feet. Pa pa pa. The bones all over his body also let out loud crackles as his blood sped up in circulation, gurgling like thunder. Body arts were different from origin power. Before using brute force, a warm-up process was needed so as to completely unleash the power. Battle in the skies, Ling Han said faintly. Unexpectedly, Jia Ming refused. What? You still care about the lives of mere ants? Xiao, he sprung, and his figure instantly accelerated to an extreme, punching at Ling Han. Explosive power was a part of brute force, and the speed of this jump was really no inferior to Ling Han's thunderclap ninth heaven. Of course, precisely because this was an explosive burst, it was only momentary, and the high speed couldn't possibly be maintained constantly. Otherwise, Jia Ming's bones, blood, and flesh would scatter, unable to bear the burden. However, this wasn't applicable to Ling Han, because he also cultivated indestructible heaven's scroll, and his physique was comparable to metal that was one tier higher, enough to endure countless such bursts. Ling Han snorted, and also clenched his fist tightly, aiming it towards Jia Ming. Pang! The two fists collided, and the air instantly formed ripples, spreading in all directions. Pang pang pang! The ground seemed to have been rooted up as the terrifying power swirled and spread to the surroundings. Pang, 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 Zhu Xian and the others were all sent flying. Fortunately, Hu Niu and Wenren Qian were looking after them, so everyone only appeared disorderly, but didn't suffer injuries. Wenren Qian couldn't help but look at Hu Niu a few times. Although she already knew that Hu Niu was freakish, but personally witnessing it was still shocking. A 7 to 8-year-old little girl was actually a spiritual infant tier elite and had the ability to battle surpassing tiers. Deeply unfathomable. Amidst the smoke and dust, Ling Han and Jia Ming battled, clashing with punch after punch, and battling in close quarters, each move and style extremely critical. Because there wasn't the slightest buffer, once one fell short in power, one would be immediately struck, and break a bone at best, and at worst, die right away. Everyone watched anxiously, but separated by dust and smoke, they couldn't see anything. They had to keep retreating since the aftershock was too terrifying, enough to pose a threat to them. Only Hu Niu was fully confident in Ling Han and began to eat carefreely, not at all worried. The fierce battle continued for a few minutes, and suddenly there was no movement. Then, a figure soared into the sky, standing there loftily. Haha, exciting! Exciting! It was Jia Ming. His head full of black hair fluttered wildly, fully displaying his wild and intractable presence. You're the first person to make me brawl so satisfyingly, so today I'll spare your life. But, you have to improve faster. My ancestral blood is being restored every day. The speed of improvement in strength is beyond your imagination. Otherwise, you won't be an opponent worthy of 3 punches next time. His figure soared back down, and Xiao entered a deep pit, instantly disappearing in that black space. Amidst the smoke and dust, Ling Han also walked out in large strides. The pulsating qi and blood all over his body slowly regained calm as if a roaming true dragon returned to its den, no longer displaying any peculiarities. His expression was stern, while his gaze contained an intense fighting spirit. Chapter 698. Entry. Reverie _ Hen Yi. Next time? Ling Han smiled faintly. Jia Ming retreated on his own, obviously uncertain that he could win, or else would he let go of Wenren Qian and Zhu Xian. However, the two clashed with pure brute force just now, and on top of origin power and arts and skills, the situation would change again. Ling Han smiled confidently. No matter whether it was a match in origin power or physical power, he was invincible in the same tier. If battle prowess was fully unleashed, whom would he need to fear, having grasped 3 mystical powers? Brother Ling is truly a talent blessed by the heavens, being able to rival the 5 great sects' most outstanding disciples. Qian gives her respects. Wenren Qian said with a smile, her beautiful eyes shining. She didn't have any special thoughts about Ling Han, and rather only wanted to make friends with such a genius. Otherwise, since Jia Ming pursued her so much, she only had to act slightly intimate to gain a helping hand. Ling Han laughed and said, "Let's go, we should also enter." "Ah pa, you guys are heartless, leaving Uncle Rabbit behind again." A white figure flashed by, and the rabbit could be seen leaping over from afar, holding a carrot in its mouth. It was unknown as to why it could still speak so fluently. Regarding the rabbit being able to talk, this was already not some secret in the Restore Heaven Academy. A few great figures in the academy explicitly said that no one was allowed to have any ideas about the rabbit, making the rabbit appear extremely mysterious. Thus, although it committed all sorts of evil, stealing countless spirit medicine, it still got away unpunished, and no one sought it to settle accounts. The 5 great sects obviously recognized the rabbit's identity. This was one of the special beings that would be spared suffering in the settling. So what was stealing a bit of spirit medicine? With a smile, Ling Han said, "You seemed like a fish in the water at the academy, that's why we didn't call you." "Pa, those brats all ran, and the water's gone. So how can Uncle Rabbit be like a fish in water?" The rabbit was greatly displeased. "All right, the historic site is below. Maybe there'll be spirit medicine. You came just in time to lend us your dog nose to sniff around," Ling Han said. "Pa, you're the dog nose. Your entire family is dog nose ah." The rabbit lost its bearings and was bitten by Hunyo on the butt, hurting it such that it shot up and fell straight into the deep pit. "You hurt your Uncle Rabbit like hell." Its scream came from deep within the pit, but each word was further than the previous, the speaker apparently falling at a surprising speed. Ling Han pulled Zhu Xian'er's hand and leapt towards the massive pit. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. The others also leapt down one after another. One Ren Chen let out a slight breath of relief. She seemed to have recruited quite a few people, but at critical moment, all still depended on one's heart. No one greeted the enemy alongside her, and she couldn't be bothered to call those people back. She took a stride and fell swiftly into the massive pit. Ling Han embraced Zhu Xian'er, while this exceptional beauty hugged him back tightly like an octopus. Her delicate face was filled with a dreamy look, enjoying his manly presence. This look was truly alluring. Ling Han almost couldn't bear it and wanted to take Zhu Xian'er into the Black Tower, pushing down this charming stunner. He forcibly endured it, and after flying down swiftly for a long distance, he seemed to have entered a slush, instantly slowing down, and then speeding up again. At the same time, a field of brightness appeared before him. They actually entered into a new world. At the bottom was a stretch of grassland with verdant grass, firmament trees, and rising and falling mountain ridges in the distance. Pu. The people behind also appeared one after another. In front, Hunyo was still biting on the rabbit's tail, while the rabbit screamed and screamed. "This historic site is actually a special space," everyone said. If it weren't so, the space here could indeed be large, but the environment definitely couldn't be so. Looking up from here, floating clouds and a sun hanging above could be seen, but sensing it, one would know that it wasn't a real sun, and instead an inextinguishable giant fireball. It was just that the distance from here was still considerably far, so it looked like a sun. "A great handiwork," Ling Han exclaimed. It wasn't that he hadn't entered a special space before. For example, the Devil Sky Mystery Realm and the other 12 Heaven Mystery Realms were all worlds that were forcibly excavated by the mighty, refining them into small worlds. However, still being able to see a sun in a small world, this one was a first. No wonder the Purple Moon Empire and the 5 great sects temporarily stopped fighting and entered here first, Zhu Xian'er said with a nod. She was reluctant to part from Ling Han's embrace, her eyes so bewitching they made Ling Han feel insatiable, having the urge to eat her. "Now, where should we go?" Li Zixian asked. Ling Han pointed at the fake sun and said, "Let's follow the sun." Yes. Everyone nodded. Since there wasn't a clear direction, it would be better to follow a clear mark. After all, this wasn't really a sun, and wouldn't be too ridiculously large. The rabbit and Hunyo caught up to the party. The rabbit constantly stroked its but as it hadn't been bitten for a long time, making it somewhat lose its sense of measure, and it had now been adequately reminded. "This place is so large." They flew near the ground, and their speed was already surprisingly fast, but after a long while, it was still all verdant grass, and from time to time a mountain peak would appear. Hong! Ahead, the sounds of a battle suddenly could be heard, but would immediately disappear. This was a path they had to pass. Ling Han and the others didn't change directions, but the battle prowess of the two parties couldn't be distinguished by simply listening to the movements, and making a detour because of this would be being too cautious. They soon arrived where the battle had taken place. The ground had many deep pits, showing that though the battle earlier hadn't lasted long, it was very intense. Ling Han punched out casually and a pit immediately appeared on the ground. Everyone was shocked, because the pit that Ling Han had punched out was far from as large as the other pits. Although Ling Han had only casually unleashed an attack, it could also be seen that both parties in the battle earlier were definitely extremely powerful beings. The one before us should be Jia Ming, Ling Han inferred. This person is quite conceited, yet didn't continue fighting. Clearly, the opponent was very strong, and very likely to have been stronger than him. The enemy Jia Ming has encountered here should be chasing him now, Wan Ren said, following his train of thought. If Jia Ming escapes, then it'll be our turn to encounter this formidable enemy. Li Fengyu shivered. An existence that even Jia Ming had to run from. He was obviously even less qualified to resist it. *T, don't jinx it, the rabbit berated him. Then, an extremely massive, long bug wriggled over quickly. This long bug was nearly 100 meters long. Somewhat like a centipede, its entire body was made up of segments, and each segment had a pair of legs that were one black and one white, so looking from its left and right, the sight would be completely different. Possessing such a long body, its height was naturally not low. Its feet and body were roughly 15 meters tall, though it was far from comparable with its body's length. This long bug didn't have eyes, nose, nor ears. Its entire head was a large round mouth, and once it split open, its head would split open, revealing rings of sharp teeth. Chapter 699. Giant Golem. Reverie _ Henyi. 1,000 helminth. Ling Han frowned, revealing an intensely fearful look. Get moving, this big guy can't be overcome with force. Why? Li Fengyu really was a big mouth, still maintaining a strong curiosity at this time. Your sister, hurry up and run. Ling Han spread out a large hand of origin power and grabbed everyone except Wan Ren, taking to his heels and going the long way around this place. Wan Ren obviously also ran. Even Ling Han and Jia Ming chose to run, so she obviously wouldn't try to be brave. That long bug chased them swiftly with over 100 legs striding simultaneously in an unusually uniform fashion. Its speed was also extremely fast, and it was quickly closing the distance between Ling Han and the others. You as well. Ling Han spread open the large hand of origin power again and grabbed Wan Ren, and then used the thunderclap ninth heaven. Dazzling white lightning flickered on his body as the latter instantly accelerated, rapidly increasing the distance between them and the long bug. His current speed could rival a heaven-tier elite's, and even while taking several people, it could still reach the heights of the deity transformation tier. At last, the long bug finally gave up, and turned back the way it came. Arriving at its initial place of lying in ambush, it entered a hole, swiftly disappearing. Ling Han then stopped his movements and let everyone down. Brother-in-law, why did we run? Li Fengyu was still preoccupied with this question. Ling Han sighed and said, 1,000 helminth never exists alone. Since one appeared. There's another one? Li Fengyu finished Ling Han's words. Ling Han shook his head and said, there's a bed of them. Pooh, Li Fengyu spurted out and said, there's actually a bed of such disgusting bugs? Ling Han shook his head and said, 1,000 helminth, at least 1,000 in bed. Why else would it be called with such a name? That one earlier was already at the middle stage of the deity transformation tier, and these types of beast bugs have an extremely powerful recovery ability, being even more troublesome opponents than high-level deity transformation tier elites. If a bed of them were stirred up, then that'd be fun. Then hurry up, let's go. The girls had ghastly expressions. They obviously hated these kinds of things the most. Even Hunyo was rarely devoid of her zeal for combat. Mainly, that thing truly looked disgusting, making her unable to stomach it. They circled around an area, and then continued to chase the sun. Ahead, suddenly a beast's roar could be heard, shaking even the ground. Ling Han discerned and said to everyone, Heaven tier! It really is extremely dangerous here, everyone said one after another. However, No one turned tail. The more dangerous it was, the more astonishing the fortunes, and without the resolve of confronting deadly danger, why even adventure? Might as well go home and live in mediocrity. But no one would intentionally give up their lives, so they went around that place where the beast roar came from. Earlier, when shattering void tier elites entered here, they actually didn't slaughter these vicious monsters in passing, Li Fengyu muttered. Haha, when these vicious things sense the presence of a shattering void tier elite, would they still dare breathe? Ling Han said with a smile. Just like how they could only walk around when discovering a heaven tier beast, these beasts obviously could only have their tail between their legs when discovering shattering void tier elites. After a while, a strange grassland appeared in front of them. It was especially deeply green, which appeared incongruous with the surrounding environment. Li Fengyu was about to walk forward, but Ling Han reached out and grabbed him, forcibly carrying him back. "Brother-in-law, why are you dragging me?" he asked, puzzled. Ling Han sighed and said, "If you talk foolishly again, I'll throw you over." Li Fengyu was finally alerted and said, "This grassland is not normal? You try." Ling Han laughed and threw him out. "Help!" Li Fengyu hurriedly shouted, soaring into the sky. And at this moment, the deep-colored grassland suddenly changed. The green grasses shrunk into the ground, and as the earth trembled slightly, pang, a large hand shot out, grabbing at Li Fengyu. "What the hell?" Li Fengyu cried out in shock, and turned his palm into Saber, slashing at the large hand. Although he had a big mouth, his talent really wasn't bad, or else he wouldn't have been able to enter the Restore Heaven Academy. Attacking with full strength, martial intent spread and Saber chi was intertwined with vein-like patterns, the power of it extremely strong. Pang pang pang, the Saber chi hit the large hand, but was unable to cause the tiniest bit of harm to it, not even slowing it down as it continued to reach out towards Li Fengyu. Ling Han snorted, and merged his fingers into a sword, striking towards the large hand. Xiao, sword ray stunned the skies. That large hand no longer dared to be hit randomly, and clenched into fist, meeting the sword ray head-on. Pang, martial intent collided fiercely, sword lights bursting forth, dazzling like flowers. Li Fengyu ran back in a rush, somewhat shivering in fright. Hong, a gigantic thing broke out through the ground. It was a 30-meter-tall giant with deeply colored green grass growing all over its back. Evidently, this giant was lying in the ground earlier, and grass even grew on its body. "Stinking golem, dare ambush your uncle!" Li Fengyu shouted furiously, and then turned to look at Ling Han ingratiatingly. "Young Master Han, exterminate it!" It was a golem with a terrifying presence was a deity transformation tier existence. Ling Han laughed, summoned his own golem, and said, "Big fellow, this is your food, eliminate it." When the rock spirit saw one of its kind, it instantly let out a roar not in delight, but in provocation. Living spirits like them were birthed and nurtured by the world. The process of growth was a war, devouring each other, and they definitely didn't experience the pleasant surprise of seeing a fellow townsman. Ang! The giant golem also roared, but its roar was more shocking than the small rock spirits, forming a hurricane that blew everyone's hair into disarray. The rock spirit was instantly spiritless and withdrew behind Ling Han's back, letting out, "Woo woo woo," sounds like a frightened pup. Earlier, it had excitingly wanted to devour the golem, but once the golem displayed its might, it discovered that the golem was much fiercer than it was. Ling Han laughed loudly. The rock spirit was becoming more and more human. Now this guy wasn't like a rock spirit, but was way more like a pup, wagging its tail pitifully, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. However, the Black Tower had already formed its first spirit stone, which was refined by the rock spirit, and with 2 more pieces, this big guy would be able to cross into the spiritual infant tier. The giant golem stared at Ling Han, or more precisely, the rock spirit behind Ling Han's back, just that Ling Han blocked it. It had its mouth open, and if it had saliva, it would definitely already be drooling. For the giant golem, the rock spirit was a great meal. It didn't know how to talk superfluously, and immediately pounced at Ling Han. In its eyes, Ling Han was only an ant, and it would roll over Ling Han unhesitatingly and then devour the rock spirit, turning it into its cornerstone to step into a higher tier. The rock spirit clearly wasn't the giant golem's match. Ling Han intervened and took on this powerful opponent. Chapter 700. Dealt with using one arrow. Reverie _ Henyi. Pang. Ling Han and the giant golem exchanged blows once, and he was sent flying like a raging arrow. His battle prowess could rival a high-level deity transformation tier elite, but it didn't mean his power could also compare to that of any deity transformation tier existence, especially one like a rock spirit. This was a living spirit birthed by heaven and earth, definitely at king level, its power frightening and battle prowess shocking. However, Ling Han dared to exchange blows with the giant golem, obviously having the confidence to win. His physique was too strong, and though he was pushed back, he was unharmed. His body could rival 8th tier rare metal in toughness, and at least couldn't be harmed by pure power. He let out a battle cry and immediately charged back in, without any loss in battle prowess. The giant golem roared angrily. In its eyes, Ling Han was but a small guy, so why could Ling Han rival it when it should have killed Ling Han in one attack? Ha 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 ha, come, I'll beat you into submission, big guy. Ling Han and the giant golem constantly exchanged blows. Only a formidable physique allowed for such willfulness, or else even a true deity transformation tier cultivator wouldn't dare to exchange blows with a rock spirit like this. After all, rock spirits or golems were widely known for their formidable physique and astonishing recovery ability, and in existence able to exchange blows with it. Gold spirits were probably the only ones that qualified to do so in the same tier. Ling Han attained the diamond body, which indeed could be considered the body of a gold spirit, and even one great tier higher one. Wenren Chen stared blankly. She knew that Ling Han was freakish and that his physical abilities were strong enough to rival Jia Ming's, but she definitely didn't think he could actually exchange blows with a worldly spirit like the rock spirit. She still underestimated this young talent. Small Rock was extremely excited, anxious to cry out that its master was too jellyable. It was already itching to have a feast, and combining the other party's rock essence, it definitely could advance and even reach the level of high-level spiritual infant tier. The giant golem was furious, suddenly roaring at Ling Han. Ang! The sound was like tides, visible to the eye. Cracks even appeared on Ling Han's clothes, and his entire person also seemed to sink into the mud, making it difficult to move forward. *T. You're trying to make this young master run naked? Ling Han angrily rebuked. His physique could only guard his body, and couldn't possibly extend such fortune to his clothes. Under the giant golem's roar, they almost completely disintegrated. He hurriedly activated origin power to form a shield outside his body, and then unleashed the demon birth sword, struck apart the sonic wave, and charged out imposingly. The giant golem also meant business as it shot out its hands forward. Rock spikes emerged. With its power and its body's toughness, the rock spikes formed were definitely extremely sharp and qualified to pose a threat to Ling Han's physique. The battle escalated. Both parties raised their battle prowess and fought fervently again. However, Demon Birth Sword was a 10th tier spirit tool, after all. Under continuous strikes and slashes, the giant golem's rock spikes continued to be deflected and scattered in pieces everywhere. Small Rock was like a dog scurrying back and forth, catching all these rock spikes and munching on them happily. A shred of the giant golem's rock essence was contained inside each of them, and for the small golem, it was a greatly tonic thing. It cried out in excitement beyond its control. The giant golem was in a towering rage. It still hadn't eaten a nice meal, yet a layer of its skin was peeled off first, truly too much of a loss. However, it wasn't willing to give up. After all, Ling Han's strength didn't reach the point where it'd feel intimidated. It roared angrily, and its body began to swell up rapidly, from 10 to 30 meters tall, and still enlarging. In contrast, the entire ground nearby was sinking. Long, countless rocks and sand soared into the sky. It was as if a massive hole appeared at the bottom. Ling Han was astounded and said, as expected of the child of the earth, being able to extract the power of the earth to instill it in itself, fusing with the earth to strengthen its physique. Sigh, why doesn't my rock spirit have such abilities? Small Rock looked at Ling Han, feeling wronged. It wanted to be that kick-ass, but its tier wasn't there yet, and it was absolutely unable to extract the soul of the earth to fuse with itself. Everyone hurriedly flew up as it seemed to be extremely dangerous to stand on the ground. Hong, the giant golem shot at Ling Han once again. Its fist was comparable to a mountain peak, and if one were to be hit by it, not to mention deity transformation tier, even heaven tier elites would hack out blood. Weight plus speed could also form terrifying power. Why was it said that worldly spirits were more terrifying than kings among beasts? This was the reason. Ling Han turned into a flash of lightning and evaded this attack. At the same time, he swung the long sword and unleashed a sword ray, slashing at the giant golem. The sword ray entered its body, cutting off a large slice of the giant golem's body. But its current size was truly too big, so slicing off such a piece couldn't hurt it at all. Immediately, it extracted the rocks in the earth to repair parts that were slashed off, and was instantly restored to its original state. This gigantic body was equivalent to its armor, and it was one that was able to repair automatically. As long as the earth was still present, it could constantly receive replenishment. To exhaust the entire earth, how could it even possibly be done? How do we play now? Li Fengyu muttered. The giant golem stood in an invincible position, and only it could beat others. Ling Han dodged and contemplated. To deal with the golem was really quite simple, and that was to make its feet leave the earth. Fighting in the skies, the golem couldn't possibly receive replenishment from the earth. The problem was how was it to be done? A worldly spirit like this was not foolish at all. Then, only Annihilating Dragon Star Arrow or 10,000 techniques returned to one could be used to directly extinguish its soul spirit. As long as it was a living spirit, it would have a soul spirit. However, the golem was so gigantic, how would one know where its true body was? Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth and looked towards the golem, and the golem instantly appeared in another form in his eyes. The energy form. The majority of its body was dim, for it was rocks extracted from the earth, and under its left lumbar, a small round dot sparkled as if a small sun. The rock spirit's essence, origin source, origin of life, and heart of stone. Ling Han took out Sunset Bow and mounted a sharp arrow forged with 8th tier rare metal, activating the Annihilating Dragon Star Arrow and the Thunderclap 9th Heaven, while the Eye of Truth locked onto that glowing. Go! He let go suddenly, and the pointed arrow shot out, bound with lightning, instantly accelerating to its extreme. The pointed arrow shot into the giant golem's waist and left it on the other side. The giant golem fixed its stare on Ling Han, and then the rocks on its body crumbled chunk by chunk, shattering and disintegrating, instantly becoming a pile of shattered rocks. Within the rocks, a human head-sized rock was as clear as jade, flickering with a gentle radiance. The heart of stone. Ow, ow, ow. The small golem pounced over in a rush, crawling on its limbs like a dog. It picked up the heart of stone with its mouth and then scuttled back to Ling Han's side, nudging Ling Han with its head ingratiatingly. Ling Han couldn't help but be speechless. Why was this guy more and more like a dog? Chapter 701. Real Stars. Reverie _ Henyi. However, the rock spirit was also more and more obedient. Otherwise, this guy definitely would have run away with the heart of stone in its mouth and not look at him ingratiatingly, anticipating his approval. Brother Ling, your puppet is really human-like, not a bit like an ice-cold puppet, Wenren Qian said sincerely. The golem was instantly displeased, roaring angrily at Wenren Qian. Who was a puppet? It was a dignified worldly spirit, a life of the 5 elements that received the love of heaven. Ling Han laughed loudly and stored the golem into the Black Tower, allowing it to refine the heart of stone and raise its tier as soon as possible. Actually, the effect would definitely have been better if he directly subdued the giant golem earlier. It was in the deity transformation tier anyhow. But firstly, Ling Han didn't want to unleash the Black Tower openly, and secondly, he was a person who valued feelings. Since the rock spirit paid allegiance to him, he would think of ways to increase its strength, and not just abandon it after seeing a stronger one. The rock spirit should know this too, so it was even more loyal. Yes, quite remarkably so, Ling Han said with a smile, but didn't say that it was a rock spirit. Qian always thought Brother Ling was known for sword techniques, but never expected your archery to be even more astonishing. That arrow even annihilated a deity transformation tier rock spirit. Such might is truly unimaginable, Wenren Qian exclaimed in admiration. Haha, Lady Wenren, no need put me on a pedestal. Ling Han waved his hand. She was also their generation's prodigy, and her talent probably wasn't inferior to Zhu Xian heirs. He paused shortly then went on, let's go, we should continue on our way. They all nodded and advanced forward. This area was surprisingly large, just as if the end could never be reached, but after half a day, the sun in the sky quickly vanished. In its place was a moon that emitted gentle rays of light, chilly like water. Everyone was astonished. The master of this historical site had really invested thought and effort to simulate the environment here to be so similar to the outside worlds. Even many stars hung in the sky. Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth for a closer look. Earlier it was the sun, so he didn't dare to stare too long, since that would blind his eyes. However, the moon was different. The damage of the rays of light was limited and he could completely endure it. After a while, his expression changed drastically as he said, "Those are real stars, completely the same as the ones outside." What? Everyone was visibly moved. Stars are meteors and often contain rare high-level metals, which is why they glow in the skies, Wanren Qian said. Ling Han nodded and said, "Above the firmament, a strange absorptive power set those meteors in place, so the starlit sky we see is fixed. Different at day and night, under the power of the world's force, there's a revolving trajectory." The rabbit said, "Actually, these stars are only several thousand miles away from us. If not for the existence of the astral winds, even flower blossom tear-elites would easily reach the ends of the sky. But precisely because of the existence of astral winds, even shattering void tear-elites don't dare to charge forcibly. Only," Ling Han followed, and made a chopping move at the sky. The first step to splitting open the skies was cutting apart the astral winds, or else, unable to reach the heavens, how could one speak of splitting the skies? Shattering void tier beings are too powerful. The attacks they unleash can penetrate the astral wind layer and strike down the stars in the heavens, but when the stars pass through the astral wind layer, the majority would be worn away, and only a few amongst the few can fall down to the ground, the rabbit continued. "Brat, are you seeing wrong? Those stars can't possibly be the same as the ones outside." Ling Han shook his head and said, "I'm definitely not seeing wrong." He contemplated and said, "Then there's only one possibility. A supreme being forcibly broke apart the astral wind layer and plucked those stars completely intact. Plucking stars and capturing the moon, how powerful is that?" Wanren Qian was dumbstruck. "This is something even shattering void tier elites can't do." Ling Han nodded. Shattering void tiers could shake down the stars in the sky. After all, it was only a long distance protected by the astral wind layer, but to charge through the astral wind layer and pluck the stars, the difficulty was completely not on the same level. He couldn't help but shiver inside. An ancient dynasty once thought to split the skies and failed in the end, leaving 4 treasure vaults. Could this historical site belong to the ancient dynasty? At the time, although they failed to split open the skies, breaking through the astral wind layer shouldn't have been a problem, so plucking a few perfect stars was also within reason. If it truly were so, the Purple Moon Empire and the 5 great sects being in a great hurry also stood to reason. It was a dynasty that was qualified to split the skies. "It really is more and more tempting," Ling Han said with a smile. Everyone sat down. Ling Han took out ingredients, while everyone began to prepare for dinner. Walking in such a dangerous place, they had to maintain their optimal condition at every moment, or else they could be grievously hurt. Time was indeed precious, but they definitely shouldn't advance rashly. Wanren Qian, as well as Li Fengyu and his sister, obviously also prepared rations, but smelling the aroma of the food Ling Han and the others cooked, they couldn't help but look audacious. After having a taste of their food, they instantly threw aside their ingredients and moved closer stiffly to get things to eat. Where's the meat I placed here?" Li Fengyu felt it strange. He just grilled a slice of meat and planned to take it to his sister, yet it suddenly disappeared. His gaze swiveled by and stopped at the rabbit, and he said, "Uncle Rabbit, did you secretly eat it?" The rabbit turned its head and said in disdain, "Pa, would Uncle Rabbit steal your food to eat? Then what's with your mouths chewing? Uncle Rabbit naturally likes to squabble, is it not allowed? The oil's dripping out." "Nonsense, Uncle Rabbit's a vegetarian." "You damned rabbit, the thief that stole." Li Fengyu was driven mad. This shameless rabbit, too lazy to grill things on its own, stealing things, too detestable. The rabbit ignored him, and its ruby-like eyes circled randomly. With its temperament of unwilling to take losses, it was clearly taking revenge on Li Fengyu's big mouth because the other people were now looking at it vigilantly, greatly increasing the difficulty of stealing. Where's the soup I placed here? Ling Han was also shocked, and then looked at the rabbit and said, Did you do it? Such wrongful treatment. You guys lose things and just find Uncle Rabbit. Is Uncle Rabbit that kind of rabbit? The rabbit jumped up, aggrieved. Yes. Everyone nodded. The bowl I placed here is also gone, Zhu Xianer also said, feeling it strange. Nothing to do with Uncle Rabbit. The rabbit hurriedly raised its claws before anyone asked. It indeed wasn't the rabbit. Ling Han shook his head. His divine sense was constantly locked onto the rabbit, and if the rabbit were to have any strange movements, it wouldn't have escaped his notice. After all, his divine sense was at the heaven tier, even if it was just a shred of it. Then who was it? Everyone wondered. Hunyo suddenly started to giggle, reaching out to grab something white, and said, Let's grill it and eat it. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.